Heads up. We like to write.
You want to wear it? By now.
I just had one, and it says take one every 4 hours. But I wrote notes because I felt
But you'll be journeying.
my little child. I forget.
No, but some of it's yours.
Like for the No.
No, mine's in the shop again, so, yeah. Just got my car out from the shop, looking for the body shop. He loves me. Yeah, he's my biggest fan.
That's on spring.
I don't know.
All right, go ahead and let's get started then. On phone on mute. You want to call a meeting? I have. Just waiting for her to get started.
We don't need a roll call?
Yes, she's going to get started.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to Opportunity Home San Antonio's Finance Committee meeting. We'll begin with a few etiquette reminders. First, this meeting will be recorded for its entirety.
Recording in progress.
Please use the microphone on your screen to mute and unmute. If using a phone, please use *6 to mute and unmute. Captions have been enabled for this meeting. To modify your preferences, select Show Captions in the meeting controls at the bottom of your Zoom window. We will now begin to conduct Commissioner roll call. Chairwoman Dr. Ana Cha Guzman. Present. Vice Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Gilbert Casillas.
Present.
Commissioner Dalia Contreras. Commissioner Lauren Dantzler.
I'm here.
Commissioner Olga Kaufman.
Present.
Commissioner Ignacio Perez.
Present.
Valerie Carrillo, Board of Commissioners Attorney. President and CEO Ed Hinojosa Jr.
Present.
And our interpreter Vicky Cavazos Jones. You may now call the meeting to order.
Thank you. The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter the closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Go into public comment. Do I have the different?
Finance first.
Okay.
Right.
Did I miss it? Okay, maybe I got the wrong. Let me see yours.
There are no
Oh, the finance
individuals.
committee, it's hers anyways. Yeah, sorry.
There are no individuals registered to speak.
Okay, so there's no comments from the public today? Okay, then we can continue with the agenda.
Yeah, that's right.
The first item to be presented is the Independent Auditor's Report for the year ending June 30th, 2022. Diana Fiedler, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. So the first item will be an update for the progress of our independent audit for the fiscal year ending 6/30/22. Eric Rumberger with the audit firm of Cohn-Resnick is here to provide the update. This is Eric and the firm's third year of performing our audit. We've been very happy with their services. They are supported by a local firm, Garza Gonzalez, and I'm very happy to see Renee and Jason with us here today. Renee and Jason did our independent audit for the organization for many, many years through 2008. So we're really happy to having them work with us here again. They are a hub organization, so we're really happy to have a local firm helping them out. So I'll introduce Eric Rumberger. He's the partner at Cohn-Resnick to take you through the presentation.
Great, thank you, Diana. I also have Chelsea Glass with me here today. She's our manager overseeing the engagement. And as Diana mentioned, we have Renee and Jason from Garza Gonzalez. We're a very integral part of the team, focusing primarily on compliance areas, helping us with the local presence on the ground that able to come in and do the work on those aspects and really make things move efficiently and smoothly. So we really appreciate their help with the engagement. So here's our brief agenda. We'll talk about the status of the audit and go over a summary of our procedures and results. Also discuss the separately audited entities and briefly touch on new accounting updates. So the financial statements for year ended June 30th, 2022 are due to be filed with HUD's REAC and the Federal Audit Clearinghouse by March 31st, 2023. We're in the finalizing process of getting the audit all wrapped up and cleaned up. Some delays with GASB 87 implementation this year, which had to deal with leasing standards, which is a significant change and a heavy lift there. And the team has gone through great lengths to have that fully documented and great things there. So we really appreciate all the hard work from Diana's team, and Aaron that's here as well did a lot of great work there for us. So as a quasi-governmental agency, there's 3 different sets of auditing standards that we're required to comply with. The first is auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America. So that covers the financial statement. So that goes over our testing of the financial statement balances on the balance sheet and the income statement. So our opinion is over the financial statement balances. And right now we're projecting we'll have an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, the final wrap-up items. We don't have any issues there that would change that opinion. We do want to point out that in the financials, the pension plan for the authority is separately audited. So those amounts, we rely on the other auditor. So our opinion does point out to the reader of the financial statements that those amounts are separately audited, and that we did not do the audit over the pension plan amounts. Second set of standards is government auditing standards. So as a government, we have to do testing over internal controls over financial reporting. So our second opinion is on, or our second report, we don't provide an opinion, is on internal control over financial reporting. So that is the controls that the agency has that would impact the financial statements amounts. So we do not provide an opinion on the effectiveness of internal controls. Rather, if there were any issues that arise as a result of our audit, we would report those. And there are no items to be reported at this point over internal controls on financial reporting. The third report that we provide is our testing required by the Uniform Guidance, and that covers both compliance with federal programs and internal control over the federal programs. So we have to test internal controls and direct compliance with major federal programs that were determined to be major, and this year the major federal programs were MTW as the most significant program, and also the housing voucher cluster, which is the housing vouchers that are separate and aside from the MTW program. And right now we have an unmodified opinion on compliance and no internal control issues to report over compliance or controls. For the separately audited entities, we also do separately audit San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation, Sendero, Spring Hill, Wood Hill, and Converse. Sendero, Spring Hill, Wood Hill, and Converse, those audits are all finalized and filed, and there were no issues or modified opinions on any of those. Facility Corporation is in the same place with the overall San Antonio Housing Authority audit, just waiting on GASB 87 to finalize there, and also no controls or compliance issues to report. New accounting update. So current year, GASB 87 was the big implementation this year that we had to go through. Was not a hugely significant impact, but there was a lot of documentation and background to get through on that. So it required capitalizing of any receivables, and then a deferred inflow of resources that would be recognized over the terms of the leases for where you're leasing out assets, and primarily ground leases that impacted Saha, or Opportunity Home, excuse me. And then also we had a change in our audit opinion this year based on Statement of Auditing Standards 134. So that's just form and content of the audit opinion. It just brings the opinion as the first paragraph to make it clear right off the bat what our opinion was and that there were no issues, and also to make further clarifications on what our responsibilities are as the auditors, what we did, what's management's responsibilities. So it just makes the opinion a little bit longer, but hopefully more clear for the reader of what the opinion is. And in the future, the two big ones that are out there that could have impact for you are GASB 96, which is subscription-based information technology arrangements. Very similar to GASB 87 for leases, but this specifically addresses IT software. So gone are the days where you would go to the computer store, buy software and disks off the shelf. It's all cloud-based and you download it. So if you have a long-term arrangement spanning multiple years, it would be the same kind of thing where you would have an asset for the term of that agreement, and also a liability. Here's how much we would have to pay out under those agreements for the life of that agreement. And then GASB 101, fairly new, which is compensated absences. Luckily, that won't be impacting you until fiscal year 2025. But that basically just gives more clarification and guidance on compensated absences, different types of compensated absences, jury duty leave, military leave, parental leave, those kind of things. So there were differences in practice of what different governmental agencies were when they were recognizing the expense and liabilities for when those might be paid out. So this just consolidates it into one place and spells out, hey, here's the liabilities you might incur over time for your employees and when to book those as liabilities. And that is my quick update on where we stand. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those for you.
There be no questions, we can accept the audit. So we have do we have a motion to accept the audit? Second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes. The audit is accepted.
Thank you.
So,
Okay. Next item are individual items, consideration and appropriation action regarding 6319, certifying that Opportunity Homes investment policy and investment strategies have been reviewed in accordance with the requirement in sections as noted of the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. And it's Diane Fiedler.
Hi, good afternoon again. Actually, this item is going to be presented by the newly appointed Assistant Director of Finance and Accounting, Aaron Sladek. Aaron is new to the position, but he's not new to the organization. He's been with the organization since 2011. He started his professional career with us directly after graduating from UTSA. He is currently working on his master's degree in professional accounting, and he is a certified managerial accountant. He handles the audit that you just heard, so he prepares that entire audit packet for the auditors to audit for the organization, including all 206 business units. He handles a significant portion of our general ledger activities, and he does all of the analysis for the organization. So Aaron's going to present this item to you. I'll be available for any questions, so thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. So the investment policy, just to give some background information on it, is required by the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. And part of that act stipulates that we take it for approval annually, at least annually. So we typically do that once a year. The policy applies to all of our funds, both HUD and non-federal funds. The policy actually lays out in the attachment A all of the possible securities and investments types that we can use for those HUD funds. And then anything that's non-federal, not received from HUD, is not subject to those investments outlined in attachment A, but should still be invested in accordance with the objectives of the policy. Those 5 objectives of the policy are preservation of capital. The key element of that one is diversification, so that if we have any one investment that were to have a huge loss, those other investments that are performing well would be able to help cover that. The second objective is liquidity. We want to meet our daily operating requirements, so we try to match these investments to the needs of Opportunity Home. And there is a 3-year maximum maturity for any one investment. The third objective is yield. The fourth objective is satisfaction of any legal limitations. And the fifth objective is administrative cost. So with any one investment, we'll want to take a look at any associated administrative cost and try and reduce that if possible. So if we have 2 similar investments, we'll look at the one that has less of an administrative burden. The investment policy also includes a prudent standard, which basically states that any investments we make will be made in a manner in which a prudent person would handle their own affairs. So we're really seeking to make safe and sound investments, not to speculate. And I prepared this memo for a number of years, and usually the changes are sometimes there is no change, or if there is, it's very small. So that's no exception this year. The only change to the policy at this time is just to substitute all the instances of San Antonio Housing Authority or the authority with our new name, Opportunity Home. Are there any questions or comments?
So,
Well, it depends. I mean, we have several different types of funding. I can tell you, like, our current investments, I've really only seen a few different types. Typically, we invest in treasury notes, treasury bills. We do have a number of bonds, so any related bond funds are typically invested in a money market fund. I'm sorry.
Dr. Guzman, this is Attorney Valerie Carrillo. I'm sorry to interrupt. I cannot hear you when you're asking a question online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you. So my question is, or a suggestion, I guess, is for the board to get on a quarterly basis what funds we have.
So we do provide a quarterly cash and investment report.
Okay.
And part of that report, it will list the investments, who they are held with, whether that be like our primary financial institution, Frost Bank, or we have several different bond trustees. So it will delineate who those funds are with, the current market value, and then if there's any collateral to cover that beyond FDIC coverage.
And how much that investment has appreciated annually?
I don't know if we show the
Just the current balance.
just the current balance.
Because it would be good for the board to see how our investments are increasing or decreasing. You know, I mean, it goes both ways annually. And who do you submit that report to?
That report is submitted to, or it's presented to the Finance Committee.
Okay, because maybe we need to.
In fact, that's one of the
more.
upcoming items.
Okay. Do it more out loud, because I don't think that we've paid enough attention to that. Because if we have great reserves, which I think we do in the millions of dollars, then that can give the board an impetus to say, well, maybe on an annual meeting, we can look at ways of investing back into the community some of those monies. And I just don't think that we have entered into discussions such as that, which I think would be worthwhile for the community and for us.
A large part of the reserves are actually held by HUD. They're not in our control as HUD-held funds. And what we normally do is we bring that to the board as part of the budgeting process every year, so that we can revisit it. And because there are some commitments that have been made with those funds, for example, Alazon, and some funds have been committed to Lincoln. So we review all that, and Diana's going through that process right now of estimating what the amount will be by June, so that when we bring it to the board as part of the budgeting process, we can review all of the reserves at that time. But I think the quarterly report that Diana's going to present also has the cash report, so we'll see the operating cash. And some of the cash is actually held as part of bond agreements.
right.
And so we don't, it's not in our
Right,
control, it's in the
right,
bondholders'
right.
control.
Right, but I just think it's good for us to kind of understand what HUD is holding and what we're holding, and then what monies might be available to us
Right.
in reserves to do the kinds of things that we'd like to do that haven't done because we just weren't quite aware of it.
Thank you.
Oh, did he do?
Thank you, Aaron.
Don't be nervous.
Actually, that one does require a vote.
Okay.
Consideration and action, and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6319, certifying that Opportunities Home Policy investment and investment strategies have been reviewed in accordance with the requirements set in Section 2256005 of the Texas Public Funds Investment Act.
I move to approve.
A second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So now we'll go through the quarterly report. And so Devlin's bringing up the condensed statement of the income statement. Essentially, this is for our operating lines of business. So this includes our public housing beacon, Section 8, resident services, and our management company activities. So you can see that for the 6 months ending 12/31/22, the surplus before non-cash items is $3.9 million, compared to what we budgeted for was a loss of $2.8 million. So we're essentially $6.6 million better than budget at this point. I'll go through some of the variances on the right to show where that difference comes from. So the first item is tenant revenue, and that is a significant negative variance from budget, and essentially that's due to the Beacon portfolio, and those losses at this point are about $3.5 million compared to budget. Some of that has to do with current occupancy at some of our larger Beacon properties. It is below budget. Some of it may have been an overabundance of over budgeting on occupancy itself in those properties, because as you'll see when we go through the consolidated revenue chart, you'll see that basically year over year there hasn't been a change in revenues, but I think that there was overzealousness in possibly budgeting for the rents and the occupancy for some of those very large properties. So then you'll see for grants, there's a positive impact of $1.7 million, and that is related to the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, as well as their admin fees. HUD provides a certain amount of funding and then adjusts that funding based on a proration that they use. They prorate usually less than 100%. This past year, they prorated Housing Choice Voucher, the HAP portion itself, at 100%. So it was a little bit of an upside there. Moving down to expenses, you could see again, we talk about this every quarter, there's a significant positive variance in salaries and benefits of $4.2 million. That is for vacancies as well as for positions that have been placed on hold. Ayana does, I believe the last operations committee, she did a review on that, and she'll do another one, not today, but in an upcoming meeting. Ordinary maintenance and operations, there is a budget deficit there of $3 million. That has to do a lot with inflationary impact, as well as some beautification projects that are happening in the public housing portfolio. HAP expense has a $7.1 million positive impact that has to do with the current level of voucher lease-up And then all of those changes again consolidate down to the surplus of 6 months year-to-date of $3.9 million for the operations. Next slide. So then this next slide captures our capital activities, which is largely our capital fund grant, which is a $16 million grant that we received to provide improvements and maintenance on the public housing portfolio, as well as all of the real estate development and asset management activities under Tim's shop. So the first variance there you see is a negative variance of about $800,000 in grants. That has to do with timing only for the capital fund grant. That is a cost reimbursement grant. So as expenditures are made, we draw money down to reimburse ourselves on that grant. Miscellaneous revenue you'll see as a $2.3 million positive impact. That has to do with 3 tax credit properties that were resyndicated, and that impact was a positive $5.1 million for those 3 properties. Offsetting to that was a timing difference only in a collection of developer fees for 6 different projects. These are tax credit projects that Tim brings to you for approval. They are all in production, so we expect to earn all of those revenues. It's just timing. The revenue is tied to the percentage of construction completion. So as the project moves along and completes construction, we're allowed to record that revenue. So this is just a timing difference. We expect that $2.3 million will be earned at some point. It may not be in this current fiscal year, but they will recognize all of them because, again, all 6 of the projects are well under construction at this point. There is no significant variance in expenses for this line of business. You can see in the column for other income and expenses, that is also just a timing difference. The capital fund program pays a management fee to the management company to manage the grant. There's a lot of oversight, you can imagine, for a $16 million grant. So we record that income as the management fees are earned. So there's a variance there of $1.1 million. So all of that accumulates to this actual capital surplus before non-cash items of $11 million. Next slide. Unless there are questions, please feel free and stop me. Next slide. So this shows our consolidated revenue for a 3-year comparison period. The total revenue from 21 to 22 was a positive $6 million, and which is about 11%. You could see the numbers in the green. That's the miscellaneous revenue. That's plus $1.5 million, and that's related to those real estate transactions that I just reviewed. In the yellow, that is HAP revenue, and that is a positive $7.3 million, and that is from 2 transactions that we drew MTW reserves down on to pay down a loan that was due on the Wood Hill property, as well as $2.4 million that we drew down to support public housing operations. They had a loss that needed to be subsidized, so we pulled that money from MTW reserves. Then in the red, you'll see grants, and that's an additional money related again to the Section 8 HAP and admin fee proration that HUD provided. And then in the blue, that's the tenant revenue that I was discussing earlier. You can see that year over year, it's really fairly consistent. It's just the budget, I think, was just too aggressive possibly this past year because, again, there's really been not a significant change in the number of units, but the budget is significantly higher for Beacon than it was in the year before. And you can see again that actual collections of rent hasn't changed very much year over year. Next slide, consolidated expenses. So consolidated expenses are up by $6 million, about 7%. That is equal to inflation. So You can see that salaries and benefits, although those numbers are very, very stable year over year, you do know that from the variance report that we are $4.5 million below budget on salaries in total. The green is HAP expense, and that is stable from the previous year of $45 million, slightly below 2020 levels. The yellow is other expenses, and even though that's up, that's for a positive reason, because those are for the investment and pre-development cost in the Snowden development, as well as the Alazan redevelopment. So even though it was additional expenses, it's for a good reason, right? Utilities are stable, and the last item is ordinary maintenance and operations, and this is where we're really sort of getting hit by inflationary impact. You could see that the change from 2020 to 2021 is $2 million alone, and then again, we're hit again in between 21 and 22, another $2.7 million. But part of that, again, is for the beautification projects that are ongoing at all of the public housing properties. So this is our debt to equity ratio, and it did increase from 4.2 to 4.5 in the past year, but quarter over quarter it was stable at 4.5, and there's really, the lower the better, right? And we want to stay below 1, and so we're in a good position. The only thing that really changed from the last quarter is that we added some debt for the building of the 100 labor project up the street, as well as we added some debt for the acquisition of the San Juan 2 property that was a tax credit property that converted to Beacon ownership. So again, it impacts your ratio, but good reason, right? You added a couple of hundred units to your portfolio. So the next slide is our current ratio, and it actually increased from 2.23 to 3.68, which is significant. That has a lot to do with the payment of that Woodhill debt that we drew down MTW funds to pay for that loan that was due in September, as well as there's a significant amount of cash that was added to the real estate line of business due to those re-syndications of the tax credit properties, as well as repayment of debt that was paid off during some recent refinancing of the Refugio apartment complex that Tom had brought to you guys last year. So that added a lot to that. So that increased significantly, so that's really very good news. So here are the uses of our MTW reserves for the 6 months ended 6/30/22. The first item is the support of resident services, essentially, that Joelle runs. The second item is the public housing shortfall. That's that $2.5 million that we drew down to support public housing operations. The expansion of the public housing Wi-Fi is $145,000. And I think that will be stable at that amount because there's been a grant brought in that will hopefully pick up the balance of those costs from now on. The development of the Labor Street multifamily property, that's about $400,000. Pre-development costs related to Alazan Courts, $142,000. This is the payment on the Woodhill debt that was due in September of $5.7 million. And then that $900,000 is for the acquisition of the San Juan 2 property into the Beacon portfolio. And that is the end of my presentation. I do want to point out that you do have a cash report available to you, and it shows the quarter ending September 30th, and then the quarter ending 12/31. And essentially, cash and investments are unchanged at $109 million quarter over quarter. There's really no significant change anywhere. We also provide a grants report, which includes the position in every grant that we have, program grants, capital grants, and there's also a listing attached for all grants that have been applied for, and that list is expanding because Brandy and Tim are both applying for additional city bond funding any day now. So we'll be adding those to the next quarterly report.
Are there any questions?
I have a question about, I think I want to add on to what the chairwoman was speaking about. I understand that most of the reserve funds are tied up because of Lincoln and Alazan and other areas, but are there monies are there funds for resident, what am I trying to say? Resident activities that could be done at the properties, especially like for seniors, that there could be bingo days or stuff that they could do during the day that could possibly done through CDI? Are there reserve funds that could be used for resident activities?
Events?
Yes, so Commissioner, we have implemented, I want to say probably almost a year ago, where we do at least quarterly events where we have increased the budgets to provide those at all of our properties. And so the goal is for the team to make sure that every quarter, with the exception of there's one day out of the year that we do everything, one day out of the year, which is, I know you had the opportunity, many of the board has had the opportunity, which is National Night Out. So we do that. That is funded through a bucket of money that we have allocated to each property. Outside of that, we are really dependent on our partners in the community, such as at certain senior developments, and we're expanding. Joel and his team are working to see how do we get that initiative spread through all of our elderly and seniors to give our residents at those properties the opportunity to have bingo days. And so we're really dependent on partnerships to bring in that, because it's not just the bingo, but it's also those fun prizes that our residents win. And so those are usually done through those initiatives. We can definitely look at and continue to kind of push our efforts on our resident council. And I know Joel and his team are working really closely to try to increase that. And they're on webinars with other housing authorities to say how we're doing that, because that's where oftentimes, where sometimes maybe there may be some slight budget constraints at the property, but there is available funding for if we have established resident councils that could also bring in those additional things. So we're really still exploring as many resources as we can, but also still try to find the gap, because we know that our residents really like those interactive activities, and they're a lot of fun. I mean, they're really fun to be at, and so Joel and his team are doing a really good job in trying to do that.
Right, and I understand the partnerships with the different organizations that serve our residents, but a lot of times residents will say that, well, it wasn't fun, or, the bingo and we got a squeeze ball or something like that. Maybe there's something more that they can receive or something if there's funds that can fund this, because, I mean, we appreciate the quarterly events, and they're really fun. The last few that we've had, more and more people are coming down and enjoying it, and it's appreciated. But in between those quarterly ones, they want things to do, to come down and come down to the community room. I know we're pushing for resident councils right now to come back together, and we're doing a big push where I'm at. And hopefully it gets done to where they can help also in creating these activities. But I know the chairwoman was also talking earlier about, are there additional funds available that can be utilized through CDI to be able to do some of these activities outside of the quarterly events?
Absolutely. I think there's always opportunity for us to look at it and making sure that it's something that we factor into, not just the improvements at the property, but also the resident services. So, yes, sir.
And once the resident council is formed, we have HUD funds that we can provide to the resident council. I know pre-COVID, some of the resident councils held lunches, they had breakfast tacos, and in particular, I remember Blanco Apartments had a bingo every week on Wednesday, I believe it was, and that was always a lot of fun. But that activity was organized by the resident council, so I know we're putting a lot of effort into getting the resident councils organized again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And having money available to them is key. And having money available but then also reporting back to us. I think it would be good for the community to know the kinds of activities that we're doing. And I would encourage you also to continue to work closely and more with the Alamo Community Colleges, because they have the high school graduation that we could provide some of our tenants that may not have graduated from high school to have the classes at the community centers that we have. I mean, I think that with the new chancellor, and I know that Ed has met with him, I think that the new chancellor could provide for us more opportunities for us to work with the Alamo colleges. And we know that anywhere where the Alamo colleges come, then comes UTSA. And so it really would be worthwhile to look at really reinforcing the opportunities that we have for our tenants to become better educated.
Yes, we're exploring all of those, and not just with Alamo colleges. Obviously, we have the big school districts that are really welcoming us into the conversation. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, then our next item is update and discussion regarding the quarter internal audit. Allison Schlegel, Director of Internal Audit.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Next slide, please. So today we're going to be talking about the quarter 3 activities in support of Opportunity Home strategic outcomes. The Internal Audit Department continues to work with CDI Family Self-Sufficiency Program on the escrow review processes and streamlining reviews to meet the changes in the FSS program direction. As of February 28th, we have completed 20 escrow reviews over 5,000 and approved for graduation in fiscal year 2022-2023. That's a total of $187,609.05 for an average escrow of a little over $9,300. Next slide. We have completed the audit of the new construction process for Legacy at Alazon. The methodology for conducting this audit consisted of a review of DSNR, procurement, and public housing and operations. There were no findings and no observations as a result of this audit. Next slide. We also completed the audit of the redevelopment and modernization process for Victoria Plaza. This audit was completed and finalized on March 8th, and both audits were sent to you. The methodology for this audit consisted of a review of DSNR, public housing and operations, and procurement. There was 1 finding and 3 observations as a result of this audit. We are continuing the audit of the assisted housing waitlist eligibility and admissions process. That kicked off on September 22nd. The sample size was to review 50 applicants who were approved for a voucher and 15 applicants who were denied. We are working with Policy and Planning and the Director of EDI for a review of equity, diversity, and inclusion for this wait list as well. For assistant housing, we have completed a review of 455 digital files and 219 physical files from July 1st, 2022 to January 31st, 2023. For public housing, we have completed 31 public housing communities for a total of 366 files and 6 mixed income communities for a total of 60 files. And for Beacon communities, we have completed a total of 16 Beacon communities for a total of 272 files. There are currently 15 action items open. One of them is pending the resident leadership coordinator completion of the resident council manual with the approval from the assistant director of CDI and the director of resident services. The approval is set to be scheduled for March 24th. There are 12 pending final approval of the move-out SOPs or standard operating procedures with training to be rolled out on the week of April 3rd. We have one pending the development of procedures for obtaining updated insurance certificates after the award stage. That one is scheduled for completion on April 7th. And we have one pending the establishment of a relocation standard operating procedure for future redevelopment and modernization projects. And that one is scheduled for to be completed by March 31st. We have no updates for any third-party audits. Any questions?
You've been busy.
Yes, ma'am. If there are no questions, we do have the annual risk assessment coming up. So if you take a look at your screen, Davlin will pull up the risk assessment. It has changed slightly. As soon as we get it up, we'll show you what it's. So this is going to go out today after this meeting. When you receive the risk assessment, you'll see this first page. You'll scroll down. It's just an introduction of what the risk assessment is. You can click the next button. And from here, it'll take you to the first Department of Opportunity Home for assistant housing. Here, you'll be able to determine if you believe that there's a potential risk in this area. If you select yes and click next, you'll be taken to the business processes that were provided by the department. From here, you'll be able to determine if the business process was a public disclosure implication, increased senior management and or commissioner interest, or if there's internal and or external compliance requirements. You will be able to select more than one option for each process, or you can select no risk. Once you make your selection, you'll be able to make comments as to why you provided such the selection, and then you can hit next, and then it'll take you to the next department. If you determine that the department has no risk, you can select no, it'll take you to the next one. Or you can also determine if you are not familiar with this department, you can select that option and click next, and it'll take you to the next option or the next department. Any questions? I will tell you that on average, there's 5 of us in the internal audit department. It took us maybe 25, 30 minutes to complete. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, there being no further business, I make a motion that we adjourn the Finance Committee.
Second.
Okay, Finance Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
With no change in role, I imagine we can go straight into the Operations Committee.
The Operations Committee is posted at 2 o'clock, which is 10 minutes from now.
Break it is.
Yay. Break.
Yeah, we can't have it before. Oh, it's cold in here.
Go ahead.
Hello and welcome to Opportunity Home San Antonio's Operations and Real Estate
Let's see a
Committee
bit.
meeting. We will now begin to conduct our commissioner roll call. Chairwoman Dr. Ana Cha Guzman. Vice Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Gilbert Casillas. Commissioner Dalia Contreras. Commissioner Lauren Dantzler.
I'm here, please.
Commissioner Olga Kaufman. Commissioner Ignacio Perez.
Present.
President and CEO Ed Hinojosa Jr.
I'm here.
Valerie Carrillo, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
Present. Sorry I missed your last roll call in the last meeting, but I was here.
Thank you. And our interpreter, Vicky Cavazos Jones.
Present.
You may now call the meeting to order.
Thank you. The Board of Commissioner or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Item number 2, we have public comment, but with no public comment. Understand, Richard Milk, you will present the 2023 to 2024 Moving to Work Agency Plan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to present as well as Sarah Eves. This is our annual public hearing and presentation of the MTW plan. Again, we do this every year at this ops meeting, and then we'll take it to the full board in April. It's part of an annual cycle that's part of our MTW obligations. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Eves. Sarah's been with us for over 10 years, right? Yeah, over 10 years. Sarah oversees a number of critical aspects of our work here at Policy and Planning, including our geographic information systems, our GIS, and the spatial analysis that we do using that information in that system. Our data governance program overall, with specific focus on data literacy, data governance, data analytics. And she oversees our MTW designation, including the development of the plan and the report.
Thank you, Richard. Again, Sarah Eves. I work in our Policy and Planning Department, and our department manages all aspects of the Moving to Work designation. So what I want to do is start out by just kind of reviewing the Move to Work designation, what it means, talk a little bit about our process every year, and then get into the actual plan details. So what is Move to Work? Well, our mission is to improve the lives of our residents by providing quality, affordable housing and building sustainable, thriving communities, and Move to Work allows us to achieve that in different ways than other PHAs. And there's two main ways, there's two main tools in our toolbox. The first is through regulatory waivers. So if HUD says we have to do something, we have the option to waive that rule or that regulation for our program policies. And then the second is called funding fungibility. Next slide. So this graphic shows kind of at a high level how that works. So our flexibility in funding, which you just previously heard about in the Finance Committee, right, is referred to as funding fungibility, and this just shows our sources of funds for MTW are the operating subsidy, the Housing Choice Voucher block grant funding, Public Housing Capital Fund program grants, and rental income from public housing. Through that annual budget process, we decide how we use those MTW funds. They go towards public housing operating expenses, our Housing Choice Voucher operating expenses, capital improvements at the properties, and then all of the MTW flexible uses, which you talked about in the previous meeting. Next slide. So Opportunity Home's uses of those two tools must be geared towards one of the three statutory objectives set by HUD. The first is related to cost. We want to reduce cost and achieve greater cost effectiveness in our federal expenditures. The second objective is about housing choice, increasing housing choice for low-income families. Typically, this can cover different scopes, including geographic choice, where in the city they're able to live, affordability, the level of affordability. We often talk about, the AMI levels, as well as housing availability to specific populations. And then finally, self-sufficiency. This is a HUD term, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later in the presentation. Typically refers to one's ability to achieve economic self-sufficiency. Typically, it's talked about as the ability to pay full market rent with your income without subsidy. And in a lot of ways, HUD focuses on education and employment for this term, self-sufficiency. So those are the three statutory objectives. Our MTW timeline, the annual process for the plan, typically starts in the fall. At this time, we are soliciting resident feedback through our strategic plan surveys. We're looking at our organizational priorities under the strategic plan, our values. And what we're trying to do is align any MTW plan items to those priorities. So again, MTW is a toolbox. We have some tools in it, and we want to align our MTW plan to achieve our overall organization priorities. Policy and planning coordinates with internal departments on specific program policy updates. So you'll hear a little bit more from Christine Dirk about some of the program policy updates they're proposing. Our capital plans, this is the 5-year public housing capital plan, Beacon capital plan, as well as our housing expansion plan. So this is all of the work that you hear about from the development services team when they're doing new developments and expanding our housing inventory. Right now, we're in public comment period. It started February 14th. It runs through tomorrow, so we close it tomorrow. We're having a public hearing today, and we'll take all that feedback, incorporate it into the plan, submit it to HUD on April 15th. Hopefully by July 1st, we'll be able to implement our plan, and the plan is for July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. So all of these proposals would not go into effect until July 1 at the earliest. Next slide. Again, we offer a variety of ways to provide public comment, so we just wanted to, again, talk a little bit about the process. Public comment period is 30 days. The public has the opportunity to provide feedback via email. They can mail their feedback. They can submit comments through our website. We have a survey up and running on there. And then every year we get together with our internal departments to draft an outreach plan, and we collectively execute that plan. So the plan this year was to hold 4 consultation meetings for residents. We were able to hold 1 at Fair Avenue and the others here at Central Office. This is actually the first year we did an in-person, we were offering in-person meetings since the pandemic, so we're getting back into the in-person meetings, and this year we continue to offer hybrid, so folks could call in virtually if that fit their schedule. Also consulting with landlords, partners, and staff, internal staff, online survey in English and Spanish, doing marketing, trying to get the word out. These changes are out there. We'd like to hear from you. Next slide. Okay, so now we're going to get into the proposal. We're actually not proposing a whole lot of changes to our MTW plan. So within the plan, we include some operating information, and then we also include information about specific MTW activities. That term is important. That term reflects we are seeking a waiver or we've received a waiver from a regulatory rule. And so the MTW activity is usually what we cover in this presentation. And this year, we're proposing to add 1 new activity and close 1, but both of them are more administrative in nature. And so I'm going to walk you through both of those quickly. So the new MTW activity is essentially replacing an existing activity called Simplified Earned Income Disregard. We implemented this waiver back in 2013, and it was specifically attached to grant programs through our CDI department. Those grant programs have sunset, so we're phasing out that policy. In addition, HUD has made changes to their own rules, and so every year we take that into account. Do we actually need this waiver anymore, or did HUD change their rules so we don't need it anymore? And so we're anticipating that HUD is going to be eliminating their EID altogether in the next year or two. So this will this will be kind of that stop gap between when the grant programs are ending. We're going to close out that activity, continue to disregard the EID, and then eventually close it out once HUD implements their rule changes. The important thing for you all to recognize with this one is it will not impact Jobs Plus EID, which is an earned disregard for the Jobs Plus grant program. It will not impact our FSS escrows. And income increases in between the triennial recertifications will not be processed. And so in effect, right, every 3 years during that 3-year period of income increases, it'll be disregarded anyway per policy. That summarizes that activity change. Okay, next slide. The second is a consolidation, but because we're closing out an activity, we wanted to include it here. We're closing out the FY 2020-3 Family Self-Sufficiency Program Streamlining activity. This activity originally was implemented requesting 2 waivers. One of those waivers is no longer needed because HUD changed their rules. The second waiver is really more appropriate under our rent reform activity. So this is an administrative change. There's no policy changes happening. We're just formally closing out one activity and moving that waiver to the other activity. We'll continue to operate as normal and report under that new activity. Next slide. So in addition to these regulatory waivers that we put in the MTW plan, we also compile an asset management plan that goes in an appendix. A lot of this information is not new to you. You're seeing it in your board meetings from Development Services, but what we do is we compile it into one place and submit it to HUD. And so this section will talk about expansion. So we have over 5,000 units in our expansion pipeline, and we're hoping to extend the affordability of 7 properties through the tax credit resyndication process. And then on the preservation side, over the next 5 years, we include plans for capital improvements. On the public housing side, that plan looks at about $57 million in capital repairs to extend the life of a little over 4,300 units at 26 properties. And then for Beacon Communities, that plan is $27 million in repairs at over 5,400 units, which is at 30 properties. So the details of those plans are in the plan as well. Next slide. All right, so in addition, we've adopted, our values, equity, compassion, and excellence, and the organization is also proposing to advance equity in the MTW plan in 2 ways. First, we've added a new equity analysis in our planned and ongoing evaluation section, so this is new. The intent here is to get feedback on equity analysis framework during the comment period and hopefully begin implementing it in the coming fiscal year. We believe this is really our new value of excellence is pushing us in this direction as well as equity. So for every MTW activity that we propose to HUD, we already have to do an impact analysis as part of the process, but what we're saying is we want to add an equity lens to that impact analysis, and we wanted the public's feedback on that framework. The second change that we've added is, as I mentioned before, self-sufficiency for HUD is typically defined as that economic self-sufficiency, but we wanted to propose an alternative definition that's based on equity principles. The intent is to get feedback on those alternatives while also continuing to track and monitor the current measures that HUD wants us to. And so those alternative measures are actually measuring quality of life and housing stability in addition to that economic self-sufficiency measure. Right, I'm going to turn it over to Christine Dirk, who's going to go through the actual program policy proposed changes for public housing, Section 8 and FSS.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christine Patrick. I've worked with Sarah for a long time now, and I know that she's thinking of my maiden name, Dirk, but I underwent a rebranding of my own. So I'm Christine Patrick. I'm an Assistant Director here at Opportunity Home in the Operations Support Department. I oversee the customer service team and the policy team, the policies that they work on specifically while Sarah and her team are diligently working on MTW. The policy team that I oversee specifically deals with the administrative plan that has all of the policies that administer the voucher programs, and the admissions and continued occupancy policy, or the ACOP which has all of the policies for public housing. So they're specifically working with policies for vouchers and public housing. So I'm just going to go through an overview of the policies first that we're proposing for the ACOP for public housing. The first is expanded definitions for waitlist purposes. This includes 2 changes that we're making to our waitlist preferences. The first one is an expanded definition to give a broader definition for the preference to allow folks onto the waitlist if they have experienced a disaster. So if there's an officially declared disaster, natural or man-made, they can be allowed onto our waitlist. The current language in that preference only specifies natural disaster. So we're opening that up to talk about emergency or major disaster, and the wording that we're using is an officially declared emergency or major disaster, natural or man-made. So that also includes disaster at any level that's declared. It could be state, federal, local, whatever that is, really expanding that to ensure that we're accepting families in any situation that qualifies. The second waitlist preference that's being updated is on the single family referral preference. We just instituted this preference within the last year. You may recall that we brought this to you all fairly recently so that we could specifically tie individuals who are referred from one of our partner agencies for any of the efficiency units that we have available, and we're expanding that definition now to allow them to be placed into any 1-bedroom units as well. Those can be hard for us to match folks with. A lot of them are families coming in with multiple family members, and so if we can create those connections, we're going to do that through that preference change. The second one on there, changes related to proposed NTW waiver changes. That's just in reference to what Sarah was talking about with earned income disregard. I want to give you a little bit more background on that one. Earned income disregard, or EID, was a calculation that HUD put out and along with a set of rules back when we created that simplified earned income disregard activity to kind of offset that, because that was a very complicated calculation. So the simplified earned income disregard that we used through MTW was a simpler version for our staff to keep up with and use instead. So since we have updated our policies even more to be more resident friendly, as equitable as possible, we have instituted that policy of not picking up increases in a family's earned income between their recertifications. So that's one of the changes that's being made right now. And we've also extended that recertification timeframe to 3 years for everyone across the board. It was only for some families before. So those policies in particular have also helped make the EID calculation not needed. It's moot. So that's really the MTW activity that she was describing now is really just kind of what we're using in the meantime. And then we are expecting EID to be eliminated completely through HUD regulations at the end of this year. Okay, so the next one, added new relocation plan when families are displaced. This is a whole new section that we're adding, but it really is just establishing our current practices. So we do already follow HUD regulations and guidance about how best to communicate with and relocate families who may be displaced when we are rehabilitating any units, demolishing any units, or if they're being disposed. So we just have a whole new section of that language going into the ACOP to specify the time frame of our notification, make sure that we're offering them all of their applicable housing options, that we're connecting them with any services that they need, and just minimizing that impact of the move. Okay, next one is relaxed termination language to allow for case-by-case consideration. We did a review, we're really trying even more so with this next round of policy analysis. We want to ensure that we're looking through all of our policies and updating them to be as equitable as they possibly can, giving families every opportunity that we possibly can give them. We were able to do this with our current termination policies, looking at the reasons that are listed in our policy right now for termination. We noticed that that list of reasons, it was noted there that we would terminate for those reasons, that the word used was will terminate. And we found that we didn't have to terminate for all of those reasons. That was not required. So really pulling those out and taking a look at that, we're changing that language now to specify for those reasons that we can take on a case-by-case basis. We're changing that language to may. So we're making sure that we're instructing staff and also providing in our policy that instruction to make sure that we're looking at those reasons for termination on a case-by-case basis. We're not unnecessarily terminating any families, and that is established in our policy. Added up to 1 year timeline for reinstatement consideration. This was really to align ourselves with the process that families have to follow through the court system. So in the unfortunate event that a family does lose their assistance, we do communicate with them at the end of that process that they have up to 1 year to appeal the decision within a court of law. And we are just adding that to our policy as well to align ourselves with that and also provide that guidance to staff and our legal advisors. Next slide, please. Okay, and then these are the changes that are being proposed to the administrative plan. So this governs the voucher programs. The first one change is related to proposed MTW waiver changes. This is essentially the same change that we're making in the ACOP relating to EID. And what we're specifying there now is just the name of the new EID MTW activity that we're going to be using sort of in this meantime period. And also specifying that we do still want folks who are in the FSS program and Jobs Plus program to report that there increases in income so we can ensure that that's not affecting their escrow accounts. Added up to 1 year timeline for reinstatement consideration. Again, this is the same change that's being added to the ACOP to align ourselves with the process of families going through the court system to appeal the termination decision. And then 3, added program language for new foster youth to independence FYI vouchers. We're really excited for the opportunity to administer these vouchers. HUD has changed some of the rules around them, and they're much more appealing to PHAs. But these vouchers, we're currently in the application process for 25 vouchers, which is the maximum that we can request right now. And the whole section of policy that we're adding is the HUD guidance for what needs to be included to administer them. So this is being added in anticipation of receiving those vouchers. It's policy around eligibility, the time frame, etc. The vouchers are going to be available to individuals between the ages of 18 and 24 who have left foster care or will leave foster care within 90 days. And, or if they are 16 years of age or older and are either homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. And those youth have to be referred to us through a partnering agency. We're partnering with the Department of Family Protective Services on this program for these vouchers, and that is being specified in the policy as well. I think that's all that I have. Do y'all have any questions?
So this foster youth aspect, is that much in use or?
Not yet. Well, we do have vouchers right now. Actually, we have a program called the Through program. We're in partnership with the South Alamo Regional Alliance for the Homeless. Is it that one? Who are we with? Oh, it's the actual Through project. Sorry about that. We changed the name of it, so I got myself confused. So we have those vouchers available now, and I recall that when HUD first put out the family unification vouchers, the FUP vouchers, that was our response to that. It was vouchers that we wanted to administer along the same lines of being able to help foster youth and youth aging out of foster care to help find them housing, but it was something that worked better with our local partners and with our agency. So that's been what we've been administering in the meantime. But since HUD has changed some of the rules around those vouchers and created the FYI vouchers, this is what we're going to be starting up new to see how these go as well, but they're going to be a little different. Also, I did want to mention on the FSS action plan changes, we do not have any proposed changes in that plan right now. Are there any other questions?
Yes. I was curious about if not having utilities is still a reason that a resident may be terminated.
So the reason that has been a reason is because it's just a requirement from HUD that they have to have utilities connected. So if they have gotten to a point with the utility company where their utilities are no longer connected, a lot of times our hands are tied. We do try to work with them, and we've actually got an internal work group that has been focusing on that specifically, and I was a part of that. So we're doing a couple things. One is just rounding up the local resources that are available to folks who are experiencing difficulties paying their utilities and advertising those. Also making sure that if we find out that they're having difficulty paying those utilities, that we're intervening, helping them out, connecting them with the utility company, finding out the reasons. So we are trying to identify some better ways that we can get in between that. Of course. Anything else? Thank you.
We're good.
Just to wrap it up, we are in the 30-day comment period. It ends tomorrow. The slide reiterates how public can submit comments on the right, the general timeline. As I mentioned before, we'll bring the final proposal to the full board April 6th. With your blessing, we will then submit it to HUD on April 15th, work with the MTW HUD office to address any questions or issues they may have, and then hope to implement July 1st.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I believe now we need to open it up for public comment.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And I believe, Valerie, did you want to read us into that?
I think, well, we're not going into closed session, right? We're just opening up for any public comments.
Correct.
But we certainly can do that. This is not for general public comments. It's just for the public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, so if any public comments regarding this matter, Resolution 6335, regarding the proposed 2023-2024 moving to work agency plan, the public may now do so. If there are none, you can proceed to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With none, we will move to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Alrighty, item number 4, update and presentation regarding Lincoln Heights by Saldani and Associates.
Good afternoon, Opportunity Home San Antonio board members. My name is Marissa Saldana, and I appreciate and thank you for the opportunity to address this committee and to present today the final master plan presentation of our work at Lincoln Heights for your review, comments, and recommendations before we submit our written final master plan report to you. Our team will spend the next 30 to 45 days finalizing the written master plan report, and we will have in that all previously presented planning graphics, details, and a breakdown of all of our planning activities since the beginning of the project. In the interest of brevity, we have not included the full breakdown today, but this report will include everything we've presented so far, such as our communications with and presentations to residents, presentations to stakeholders, groups, resident responses in meetings and questionnaires, all prepared perspective drawings, floor plans, elevations of proposed buildings and the site, as well as we are including our proposed construction phasing plan to ensure minimal disruption and relocation of residents. And the final master plan report will be submitted to Opportunity Home San Antonio for your review and acceptance. So starting with this image from our master plan, our proposed site plan addresses one of the most important concerns that was expressed by the residents, and that is one of safety and security of living at Lincoln Heights. To that end, we're proposing 4 measures that will provide security. The installation of a durable, attractive, and secure fence all the way around the site, as was requested by residents. Within this, There will be construction of secured parking areas and gates that can only be opened by residents using RFID tags. Number 3, the permanent closure of 3 streets running through the community of Almendorf, Menchaca, and Hackley. And these streets create a dangerous environment right now for residents, especially for children who currently use the streets as play areas. So these closed streets would become pedestrian areas because they would no longer be needed for through traffic or resident parking space. And number 4, adopting a courtyard concept scheme in the plan, which enhances the visual oversight and eases monitoring between buildings and which enhances safety. The other very important feature of our plan is the creation of the Residence Park, which is a new 3.8-acre park for residents in an area where the 100 floodplain prohibits development. So this new park is envisioned to include youth sports areas, picnic areas, recreation areas, senior and adult exercise areas, and a dog park. The dog park was intended to decrease the number of roaming dogs in the neighborhood, and it was seen as a problem by residents, and this was also requested by residents. Another feature of our plan is the adoption of a net zero carbon neutral standard for sustainability, such as rooftop photovoltaics, rainwater harvesting for landscape uses, high performance buildings with high efficiency appliances, and underground utilities for safety and reliability during extreme weather events. So briefly again, some of the events and design elements, all of them that will be detailed in our final master plan will include all of these elements and a more complete detailing of site plan, information gathered from residents, floodplain mitigation and parking, and of course, enhanced and widened pedestrian bridge over Olazon Creek that will better link the 2 halves of the community. Now, our consultant Gabriel Velasquez of Avenida Guadalupe will provide you with an update of his work with the community and with the West Side Creeks project.
Gabe, is there a copy of this presentation somewhere? Is it in here?
From the packet? Yes.
It is, okay.
Good afternoon. I wanted to focus in on the dialogue about the bridge. Since our last meeting, we had a convening of the West Side Creeks Restoration Oversight Project. Now, coming out of the pandemic, we haven't had meetings as regular as often, so this is getting into really our first period where we're meeting in person, but also meeting with the new general manager of the San Antonio River Authority, which is very important. Now, at our meeting, I brought to the committee, I'm a member of the West Side West Side Creeks Restoration Oversight Committee, and there was a member of SAHA present. So this is a very important participation on part of SAHA. But one of the reports that came back from community outreach with respect to the San Antonio River Authority is when looking at the further development of the creek, which I think this part of the creek is the Alazan Creek that runs through the Lincoln Heights, that we had a nice discussion about the bridge, which is in alignment with the community input that has been brought back to Sarah, as Sarah has gone out to find out what are the priorities with respect to the West Side Creeks project. Now, it seemed like it's a good time for the marriage, for the conversation between the creek, the bridge, and of course the kind of environmental justice issue of the Lincoln having historically been separated in an era of segregation, right? So the conversation was well received, and it is a really good time for the SAHA to convene a conversation with Brian Mast, who is the governmental affairs individual with the San Antonio River Authority. He's also one of our liaisons. Now, as a committee member, Our chairman is Robert Ramirez. He's been committee chair for over a decade now. Previous committee chair, co-chair was Olga Lescano, and currently the co-chair is Sky Kurd. So I think it's a good time for the conversation. But more importantly, I think one of the things that was said, that yes, bridges are important, and most definitely this is something that we think is justified. Okay? Are there any questions regarding that? I'd be happy to answer, but more than anything, I think it's a good time to convene those discussions with the officials.
Thank you.
All right.
Ahmed, if we can get a printed copy for Commissioner Danzer and Commissioner Bettis. Oh, and the chair. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. And this is our timeline. So today concludes our presentation of our final master plan presentation. Our target date for submitting the final written master plan report to you is April 20th. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've heard the presentation on item number 5. I'll entertain a motion. A motion? Sorry, we moved to item number 5 since we've already heard that presentation. Is there a second for passing it?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Resolution 6335 moves. Item number 6, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6332, approving the anti-bullying policy public housing lease attachment. Joel Tabar, Director of Resident Services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before we jump in the presentation, which is focused completely on the policy and the lease attachment, I just want to give a little background about how we arrived here at developing an anti-bullying policy. According to the National Center of Housing Management, prior to 2013, there was no standard definition of bullying. This word evokes a lot of feelings, emotions, subjectively about our own personal experiences or ideologies or what we think about this. But there's been more research that's been done. Since 2013, the U.S. Center for Disease Control developed the following definition of bullying. Bullying behavior is the use of threat, force, or coercion for the purpose of intimidating, abusing, or otherwise dominating another person. It involves an imbalance of power, real or perceived. It can be physical, emotional, or both, and it is usually persistent, occurring over an extended period of time. Bullying is often thought of as a problem exclusively among children and teens. In fact, the CDC's definition starts by saying bullying is a form of youth violence. In 2010, researchers began focusing on bullying among adults, with most research dealing with bullying in the workplace. In 2013, the media turned its spotlight on adult bullying when Miami Dolphins offensive lineman Jonathan Martin decided to leave the Dolphins due to persistent harassment from his fellow team members, who would later be penalized for their involvement. 5 years later, Martin himself was arrested for a social media post in which he threatened violence against his former teammates who bullied him. Since 2013, adult bullying has been more widely discussed, but mostly within the context of workplace bullying. One study found that 25% of U.S. workers reported bullying in their workplace. Another found that nearly half of working adults have had experienced or witnessed such bullying. So we know that bullying can occur at all age levels and in different settings, including schools and workplaces. And the research is catching up to the topic of bullying in housing, particularly senior housing. For example, one expert from Arizona State estimates that 10 to 20% of residents in senior care, in this case assisted living facilities, are mistreated by their peers. Most of what we learned comes from media accounts, a few articles, and from residents and staff. In 2012, a news article titled "No Age Limit on Bullying" was published, focused on bullying at a senior housing property in Massachusetts. The article mentioned cliques of residents that would gather in common areas and engage in gossiping and taunting of other residents. These are claims that we've heard from some of our residents who live in our elderly disabled properties. So many of us know that from our own experiences that it does occur in senior housing. Bullying is not exclusive to residents, however. Staff, residents, guests, vendors, third-party service providers can all exhibit bullying behavior or be the victim of bullying behavior. And it's important to note that I'm talking about the behavior. I'm not talking about labels. We don't want to label people bullies because it could lead to, even more of that kind of behavior. So when we're talking about anti-bullying, we're talking about the behavior. So if not properly addressed, bullying may leave Opportunity Home vulnerable to lawsuits, fair housing complaints, hits to our occupancy, reputational damage, dissatisfied residents, time and resources squandered. So there is a very real business need here. And so the position of the Public Housing Department is, as a landlord, we have an obligation to provide housing that is well-managed and well-maintained. This includes responsibility for creating an environment in which residents feel reasonably comfortable and safe. Consequently, management has an obligation to address issues such as bullying. It is a business problem in addition to a social, behavioral, and a community problem. The lease provides us a tool that others dealing with bullying usually don't have. And so that's what we're going to use here. Next slide, please. So the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as industry experts such as the National Center for Housing and Management, the American Association of Service Coordinators, and others, recommend that public housing authorities establish anti-bullying and anti-harassment policies to help provide awareness and prevention. Opportunity Home does not currently have an anti-bullying policy that establishes or defines the different forms of bullying. We aim to approve an anti-bullying policy that requires residents to acknowledge and sign it as part of the lease. So what it'll do as an attachment is allow us to, we are proactively putting it out there that this is not something that will be tolerated at our properties, but also it'll allow us to exercise parts of our lease, such as the quiet enjoyment, non-interference of management, those provisions in the lease that may be vague, that we can apply those specifically to instances of bullying. But before we do that, we are going to take proactive approaches, such as by creating an environment where bullying is discouraged, by providing trainings to staff and to our residents. We're not just going to use the lease as the only tool that we're going to use. Next slide, please. So this is the bullying policy. I'm going to just go over certain bits. I think this is different than the presentation I have. Oh, no, okay, all right. So the statement of the policy, so really the statement is, again, to make it clear that bullying is a problem that we, as an organization, that we do acknowledge and that we don't tolerate. For instance, in subsection B, it says bullying has been known to occur in nearly every environment where people gather and interact, including residential settings. Subsection E says residents who feel they are the subjects of bullying or other detrimental behavior should not rely solely upon management as their primary source for the resolution of the problem. They're strongly encouraged to call upon the help of friends, relatives, caregivers, local authorities, for instance, SAPD, or others as appropriate for assistance in dealing with the matter, but acknowledging that we do have an obligation to ensure that our communities are safe. Next slide, please. The definition is the activity of repeated aggressive behavior intended to harm another person physically or emotionally, and then it gives a list of examples. If someone is persistently harassing another person with verbal taunts or threats, using physical force or threats, someone is persistently making disparaging remarks to another person, if someone is encouraging others to carry out these types of behaviors also. The perpetrator of bullying behavior can be anyone, a neighbor, a friend, a relative, a service provider, an employee of the housing authority, or an employee of some other organization. So this is really the first step in a broader organizational anti-bullying policy, which could apply to staff on staff bullying, staff on residents, vendors on residents, and so this here is specifically for residents to acknowledge that this policy is in place as it pertains to them, but we are looking at other areas within the organization to ensure that these things aren't happening. Because of course, like I mentioned earlier, it happens in the workplace, and typically, we know hurt people, and so if somebody's being bullied, it's likely that they may go and bully others, or they may even go home and treat their children a certain way, that kind of stuff. Next slide, please. So what was very important about the policy is the process for complaints. So again, we are overtly putting out there how we will deal with these types of complaints. Let's see. So subsection 2, upon receipt of a complaint, management will conduct an investigation. The investigation may include communication with the individuals who are alleged to have engaged in the bullying behavior, and we will endeavor to keep the identity of the complainant confidential during this process. So again, in many instances, the best we can do is just go talk to the folks who are alleged to be involved in the situation. And so there are different resolutions based on what we find. Next slide, please. And so each of these is, if the results of the investigation are inconclusive, how will we address the issue? If the results of the investigation reveal that the complaint has merit, how will we address the issue? And, a couple of ways are the issuance of a notice of a lease violation, or the eviction for material breach of the lease. And then if the allegation of the bullying behavior involves an Opportunity Home staff member, how can a resident submit that complaint to us in a way that makes them feel safe against retaliation, which has often been a claim in the past. And then if the allegation of bullying behavior involves a contractor or a vendor acting as our agent, how will we address that?
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
Back one slide.
Sure.
Right there where it says keeping the identity of the complainant confidential, isn't that hard to do if a person is just bullying one person and they go complain and then they're talk to that person about bullying activity, they'll know who they're talking about, and then they go back and confront this person and stuff.
Yeah, we recognize that can be challenging. I think there are ways around that. For example, what occurred in the community room at this date or time. So without, putting out there, this is the name of the person who's making a complaint about bullying, how can we investigate it in a way that still helps us to tease out the facts of what happened without necessarily putting that person's name out there? And so this is where it's going to require staff training. How do we address these things in a way that protects even the complainant?
How staff should go about solving bullying problems and not getting involved in bullying.
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to be problematic. That's what I think is going to be problematic, is that staff, because they feel like they need to make sure that everything is fine and everything is in control, sometimes are seen as the people who are bullying.
Correct.
And when tenants complain about them, I think what we need to make very clear is that staff should never go back to the tenant and solve the problem themselves, that it has to go through a process where the tenant feels safe in placing the complaint and working through the complaint.
Right.
And I think that's really going to only be addressed by training of the staff that we have, especially the staff that is doing the managing of the places that we own and rent, as well as them understanding that they absolutely cannot take under their control something that has been brought to administration, that they need to allow it to be resolved. And that would be upon being dismissed or something. I mean, I think we need to be very strong on the regulations that we put forward to make staff understand that they cannot bully the tenants that complain about them.
Right, and we found that those issues get a little bit complicated in that, for instance, if you have a staff member who has a friendly relationship with somebody that another resident doesn't like, and then that may be labeled as favoritism, when not necessarily so. They're doing their job being a good community manager. And so we know that this is a delicate issue, and we know there's going to be a fair amount of trial and error as we implement it, as with everything. But the number one goal for us is to make sure that all of our residents feel safe, and that safe from us, from management. And that's not to say that any of our management team is currently out there bullying anybody, but if that is the perception, whether real or perceived, then that's something that we have an obligation to address. Yeah.
And something like retaliation will not be allowed.
Oh, of course. And so even in the lease attachment, we have methods for them to submit complaints that will go over the manager. And so there's a phone number. We have on our contact us page on our website. They can submit complaints anonymously, and it'll go directly to our human resources department, who will conduct the investigation. So it could eliminate the involvement of management and department leadership altogether, and HR gets involved at that point. Yeah. So, next slide. I believe that is it. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, are there questions or comments?
I appreciate that you're looking into this because it is a real problem in the communities, not only with residents but also with staff. I had a manager once that was quite a bully, but that was taken care of thanks to Brandy. And but I know it's hard to do because of the different people involved, and they may not think they're bullying, they're playing around and stuff, but in reality it can be bullying. And I appreciate that you're going to look into this. I know it's going to be hard to implement at the beginning and try to get it done in a fair way to where things are taken care of. But I thank you for bringing this up and implementing it.
I think really the thanks go to fellow public housing residents who have brought this issue to our attention. And also, when I say that this is trauma-informed, it's because recognizing that the individual exhibiting bullying behavior, the research shows that if somebody's a bully at 77 years old, they were probably a bully at 17. And a lot of that has a result to do with maybe trauma they experienced in their lives, the way they were treated. And so we have to, in the worst case scenario, we have to exercise the lease to do what we need to do to keep the other residents safe. But exercising our trauma-informed approach, we have to recognize that something is happening with this individual also to make them want to be a bully to others. And so, again, very delicate, but this is part of our evolution as an organization to move forward and make sure that increasing the standard of our residents' health and well-being.
And another thing I kind of hope that doesn't get done with if somebody's being legitimately bullied and feels unsafe. I hate the fact that a lot of times the victim is the one that is told, well, if you don't feel safe, you can move.
Yeah.
And why does the person that's being affected always the one that has to move, and why isn't it the perpetrator that has to move or leave? So I hope that's also looked into.
Yeah, among many other things, we know that this is a very complex issue, and we know it's going to pose a lot of challenges. For example, if certain individuals are going to really take advantage of this policy more so than they should by, for instance, just submitting complaints about bullying all the time on everybody. Those are things that we're going to have to, like, how are we going to start addressing these issues if we're getting a lot of frivolous complaints, because we only have so many resources to devote to something like this. So we want to make sure that anything we do is of high quality and effective without wasting too many of our resources.
That's why I think it's so important for the councils to come back in being in each of the living places, because it would make much more sense for the council along with the staff to be looking at the issues that are being presented than just staff. I think that the more that we involve the residents, the better the justice will be served.
On the surface, I agree. However, we've seen that a lot of these complaints of bullying have come from either resident council elections. So I lost the election because I was being bullied by the other side, when you know that campaigning during a Democratic election does require some kind of, and so,
Accusations.
or we've seen resident councils dissolve because certain people, cliques within the resident council, or folks who are not involved in the resident council feeling bullied by the resident council. And so we know that this is an issue that touches everything, within tenancy in public housing.
Yeah, but even so, understanding that, to move forward without the councils and without them puts you in a position of being not valid.
Right.
And, what you're describing is work.
Yeah.
That's what your work is.
Yeah. So, we just have to find a way to do it to where we are as effective as possible, like I said. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That you want to be successful.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. But as I said, I feel like this is a good step forward in that direction. And so if you'll approve, we'll very much appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there another? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the lights.
How does this apply to minors and youth, against minors and youth, and against adults as well?
Yeah, so this is a general policy, just talking, and so it applies to guests, and it applies to the people, and we're invited, so anybody within public housing, if that's happening, whoever is responsible for that individual. So for instance, the head of household may be responsible for a guest, for a dependent, and if those individuals are engaging in bullying behavior, then this policy gives us the authority necessary to be able to do something about it.
Involved. Yeah.
No other questions? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve forwarding to the full board for consideration.
I so move.
A second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you.
Item number 7, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6339, 23 WDH 03-15, 23 SHCH 03.15, and 23 PH 0315. We have somebody new, not Tim. Brandy.
Yes. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. I am doing this one by myself. Tim Alcott is somewhere enjoying spring break. So, as we have talked to the board in the past, this is hopefully one of the final stages. There's going to be obviously more work behind this, but it's the acceptance of the bond funds that we did receive from the City of San Antonio in the first round. Just want to kind of do a brief overview. It's our approved projects, the timeline, and then ultimately what we're going to be seeking today is the contract approval of us entering into that contract with the city. So just want to go back a little bit in time and just kind of brief the board on some of the projects that we did get funded. And these are, again, the projects that we submitted back in October of 2022, and thankfully we were awarded. So one of the projects that I'm pleased that we received about $6.8 million from the city is for our Wood Hill, and this is a beacon community. And some of the project details that and the work that we're going to be doing at that site is window and siding replacements of our patio sliding doors, lots of parking lot repairs, and then stair and railing repairs throughout the property. The estimated completion date that we're hoping to have all of this project completed is March of 2024, and those are the dates that we're actually giving the city, pending any supply chain issues. That's kind of what we've been talking to with the city. Window replacements, we know that there is some delays, but that is our target, and that's what the team is working for. Cottage Creek was awarded $1.7 million, and this one is replacements of some of our condensing units, parking lots, and sidewalk repair. And this one is a project completion of December of 2023. Pecan Hill is another Beacon property. I'm sorry, Cottage Creek was Beacon as well as Pecan Hill. And this one is about $438,000. This is for an elevator modernization at that property. There is 2 elevators. This is for only one. The previous elevator went through a modernization, and so this one we are projecting March of 2024, and we will be bringing those separate contracts back to the board, but we just wanted to show what we are seeking for in the housing bond. Alizon expansion, I know Tim has talked a lot about this with the board, and so that was an $8.27 million commitment from the city, and this is to build the 88 new public housing-like units at Alizon on our existing baseball field. It is, he provided the breakdown, so it's 12 one-bedroom units, 42 bedrooms, 16 3-bedrooms, and 24 bedroom units. And the estimated completion for that project is December of 2025. And last but not least is our West Side Reinvestment Initiative, and so that was about $218,000, and so this is to complete 5 new income-restricted single-family homes. The bond funding will help us maximize, and so we could really have those targeted incomes of families between 60 to 80%. An estimated completion of this is October of 23, because we've already been in the build stage, so this is just to help to supplement some of that funding. So as mentioned, our timeline is we are still currently going through contract negotiations, and so the city has provided 4 of those 5 contracts to us, and both Tim and I, as well as other people that have been part of the team. Obviously, we have Diana as our CFO, who is helping review some of those contracts. We are making lots of comments, and we will still have those conversations with the city on where we could update those, or where we want to making sure we're seeking clarification. And so, up until the April board meeting, we are trying to still go through those negotiations, and we're hoping to have a final one by that deadline. We are seeking the board's approval to kind of move forward, and then we'll continue, as I mentioned, in some of those projects where we may need board approval on the separate project items. We will be coming back. The project completion, again, I'm just putting those out there on the slide. Woodhill, most of these are going to be all after December of 23, with the exception of Cottage Creek. We're hoping to have that one completed, again, pending any supply chain issues or still contract negotiations with the city. We're hoping that everything's going to go smoothly, and that we'll have everything by April to present to the final at the final board meeting. And so just again, it's just we are seeking today y'all's approval to move forward to the April board meeting. Once we get these contracts from the city, that y'all will approve these, and we will be on our way with all the projects that we've been funded for.
Okay. And I think after we do this, we should send a letter of thanks to the city council and to the mayor for allocating $17 million to Zaha. I think this shows that the city understands that we are doing a good job, that we are the right place to make a big investment, and I think that we need to thank them for their trust in us.
Yes, this is the largest award of any organization, of course, so we're very proud of that and excited about it, and it took a lot of work to get there and planning on staff's part. We also are applying for the next round right now. Currently, that process is ongoing. Can you give us a brief update on that?
I can. So as Ed mentioned, we are in the final stages. That's what I been working on right here. Our applications are due Monday by 11 a.m. We have been working, there is a team of individuals working to get all of the documents. There have been some revisions from the last round, so we're trying to make sure we're crossing the T's and dotting our I's. And so there are probably about 5 projects that we are seeking funding for. Two of them are same projects that we sought funds for last time that we were unsuccessful, and one is a continuation of the West Side reinvestment. So we're trying to find that additional funding, and then another one is a brand new one, and then two two are in Tim's area that we're handling, that are some of the properties that we recently just transitioned, or future properties that we're looking at.
So what's the total that we're looking for?
I don't have that total right now, just because we are still in final stages of what is the request. But once we finalize all that, we will, Tim and I will be more than happy to come do a presentation on, very similar to what we did last time, is here's what we submitted. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, that we get more or funding than we did this time. So we will definitely bring that back with all of the totals. We are working through, just because of some of the work that we're looking for, we want to make sure that the amounts are appropriate, and then to be able to provide that final dollar amount to the board.
With regards to contact, are we okay with that, if considering the blackout period right now?
So we cannot talk to the city or county or city council about this matter. Of course, if you have other business you're dealing with them on, that's fine, but this particular matter, we cannot.
So anything associated with the bonds right now?
Right.
We can, yeah. Okay.
The housing
Correct. Anything from the current allocation that I just presented, or anything that we're talking about, there is no communication. And so I know the recommendation is any thank you letters, we would wait until all of those final things. Yes. So in a couple of months. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So I move to pass Resolution 6339.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution carries. Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you.
Brandy, you're back up. Consideration appropriate action regarding Resolution 6340. Go ahead.
On this item, let me just mention, Dr. Guzman and I had a meeting with HUD last June, and HUD asked us to start looking at ways to use some of the excess cash we were generating and also create more units that we could count towards our MTW goal. And we've already done that with a few properties like Woodhill. We've invested money to pay off the debt. And here, what we're trying to do is take some of that money that is coming from vouchers that people have but have not been able to find homes, so we're generating some extra cash there, and use it to pay off existing debt and also be able to count those units towards our HUD goal of having how many units we have. And we also listed this item under closed session in case there's any closed session discussion you want to have with it. But if there's not any closed session discussion, I think we can go through the presentation.
Thank you, Ed, for that. So as Ed mentioned, this is a team effort, a collaboration, not just with Brandy making all the decisions. There is a group of us that meet to really discuss what this looks like, and then how we're trying to utilize our reserves, as well as expand our local, what we'll hear, you'll probably hear me say L&T, but it's local non-traditional, which is part of our MTW, substantially the same. So we kind of use those interchangeably. You hear us talk about it, but I do work very, very closely with Diana Fiedler, who is obviously our person who's going to tell me, yes, we have the money, or no, we don't. So she is here to answer any questions that y'all may have. So as Ed mentioned, we do have an obligation to serve our families, and HUD is asking how are we expanding that. And so one of the ways that we have strategically looked at our portfolio, not just those properties that are transitioning back into our portfolio under ownership, but what can we do with some of our existing. And so today I'm bringing 9 communities that I'm asking and seeking board approval to pay up to $13 million in funding, or $13 million in MTW reserves to pay off the loan debts. And the way we looked at this is we looked at some of the debt, but where there is high interest, so up to 6%, which we know is pretty high in some cases. And we wanted to say what that would cost us to the organization, as well as we're looking at any of them that were minimal. And so that is the 9 that we've identified for this fiscal year. And one of them is Bella Claire. And so we're going to just kind of show those maps up on here of where they're located, and then beautiful pictures of the properties. And so this is Bella Claire, and it is about a 67 unit property, and our total loan amount with transaction costs is going to be about $657,000. So overall, it's about $13 million. It's a total of 913 total units in our Beacon community, but it's also going to bring in that big key number that we're looking at is our L&T, so that local non-traditional approximately 772 units. So those are units that we can count that are going to help continue to serve and help us meet our MTW compliance obligation.
Randy, what would help me, and probably many of the other board members, is how much we're saving by each investment.
Yes.
Okay, so if we're paying off this loan for $657,000, are we saving $132,000 from interest that we're not paying?
Okay.
And then that way, it would show the savings that these expenditures are giving us.
Great. We will definitely update. So for the next board meeting, for the April, we'll have that information. I do want to say that some of this is really going to help stabilize because we are, as some of the financials show, and as we're still working through some of the Beacon properties, they're operating at a loss. So this is also going to help. So it's that savings. So we're going to hopefully get to where we're going to stabilize in the future. Right. And then there's some other strategies that we're also exploring based off of things that we shared with the board in the past. So all of that we're looking at, but we could definitely add that to the presentation and expand on it for the April board meeting. So,
thank you.
Thank you. So the other one is Castle Point Apartments. And so this is located off of Blanco Road. And Castle Point is probably one of the largest current loan that we have, and it's about $3.3 million, and it's about 220 units in total. But we're not going to get all 220 units as our local non-traditional, and that's just because the way the calculation works is we take the total units, but we do subtract out our current housing choice voucher. And we want to always encourage our housing choice voucher families to reside at some of our Beacon communities because we know what we offer. And in addition, we know that our rents are affordable compared to anywhere else in the city. So it doesn't allow us to count the whole 220 because they don't want us to duplicate that because we are counting those in our housing choice voucher program. Churchill Estates is another community. This is located off of Churchill Estates, off of Blanco Road. It's a slightly smaller community. It has about 40 units, and the current loan and the transaction costs were estimated about $860,000. Claremont Townhomes is a really, really tiny property. It's only 4 units, and this is one where we talked about that the debt there is small, $36,000, but if you could imagine 4 units, it still has an operating cost, so it's just going to help flatten the debt that we or the deficit that we operate in for this community. Homestead Apartments is off of Medina Base Road, and that one is about $76,000. Again, it's 157 units. The debt isn't as small, but it is an underperforming property. It is age, and so we're also looking at other opportunities to kind of improve that property. La Providencia, it's off of Castroville Road. This is a 90-unit community, and it has about 1.9 total that we're looking to seek approval on. Monterey Park, it's off of Commerce, and this one is roughly about $4 million, and it's 188 units that will help us expand our L&T units. Towering Oaks, it's over there in the medical center area, and this is 128 units with $2.1 million in loans and transaction cost. And last but not least, it's Warren House. Again, this is one of our smaller Beacon communities, and it's 7 units and about $47,000. So in total, it is about $13 million that we're seeking board approval to move forward with to pay off those loans. And I did want to touch, and it is touched in the memo, that again, all of this is through our MTW reserves, and we must follow there's a PIH notice that says when we do this, it also comes we're making a commitment to extend the affordability on that property. So once we do that, we will put Allura, and we go 30 more years. So we are going to make sure that well past my retirement, that there is still Allura, and that we're going to keep these units affordable at least for 30 years.
Good. Any comments or questions? With none, I'll take a motion for Resolution 6340. We have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
A first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 9, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6336. George Ayala, Director of Procurement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, we're bringing to you this resolution, which covers plumbing and related services for our organization. This is on an as-needed basis, so it's utilized throughout the year as needed. So as far as the solicitation process, on February 6th of 2023, Opportunity Home issued an invitation for bids for plumbing and related services, which closed on February 28th of 2023. The IFP was published on multiple websites, directly solicited to 6,387 vendors. When at the conclusion, we received 3 bids, which were evaluated on purchase price, reputation of bidder and his goods or services, including past performances, quality of those goods and services, extent to which the goods and services meet Opportunity Home's needs, total long-term cost, any other relevant criteria contained within the solicitation document. After review of this proposals, staff is recommending contract award to all respondents. They were all deemed qualified to perform the services, and increasing the vendor pool would allow for a quicker vendor response to property management's request for services. Next slide, please. With regards to the financial impact, the current award recommendation for plumbing-related services is not expected to exceed an annual cumulative amount of $3 million, which includes pricing for the plumbing and related services. Any questions?
I find it kind of weird that you solicit 6,387 businesses and only 3 answer.
Yes, sir. So we utilize Bonfire. Bonfire has a large amount of vendors that are throughout the nation. Not only local vendors, state vendors, but nationwide vendors. Not every vendor is going to participate in this type of bid, but however, we utilize what is called the commodity code, which identifies those vendors. So when we input this particular commodity code, it automatically sends it out to all those vendors that have registered with the system. So once again, it's not only 6,000 local vendors, but there are also nationwide vendors that might provide subcontracting possibilities for stream companies as well.
Idea to take the 3 in, and because what we're allocating is a lot of money for small companies.
Sure.
Probably would overwhelm if you gave it to 1. Spreading it out to 3. Allocating, that you're not allocating to 1 or 2. Develop a process for allocation so that you can defend what you've done at any time. Like you said.
Yes, ma'am. And we do currently have a rotation schedule where for minor projects, we do rotate our vendors. However, when it comes to larger projects, we do go out and bid the projects within that particular bid. So we do give the opportunity for all 3 vendors to participate as well.
So all 3 vendors will be a part of this
Yes,
$3
sir.
million?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate the importance leaning on the SWIMBY certifications that these all carry, so each of these selected. Nice. If there are no other comments or questions,
I so move.
we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution 6336 carries. Item number 10, consideration appropriate action regarding Resolution 6338. George Ayala, back.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. A few months ago, we discussed the need for replacing our aging vehicle fleet. So today, we're bringing the ratification of expenditure of funds for 6 2023 Ford F-150 trucks and 2 2022 Ford Edge SUVs. As you remember, our procurement process was pretty much, we extended our procurement process to solicit internally request solicitations for these type of vehicles. We additionally published on multiple websites. We directly solicited to 973 vendors, and after that, we weren't able to get any bidders to respond to our needs. As you know, HUD allows for public housing agencies to award based on non-competitive proposals, sole source, only when the award of the contract is not feasible, using small purchases procedures, sealed bids, cooperative purchasing, or competitive proposals. And if after a solicitation of a number of sources, competition is determined inadequate. So as we discussed last time, we did go out for multiple bids. We utilized our cooperatives, but unfortunately we weren't able to get any vehicles that we needed. So this is actually covering those additional vehicles that are needed in order for us to replace our aging fleet. With regards to the financial impact, next slide, please. This ratification of expenditure of funds covers six F-150 trucks and 2 Ford Edge vehicles, which will be part of the Beacon fleet. That's pretty much it. Any questions?
Any comments or questions on this? With none, I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 6338. We have a first, have a second?
Second.
A first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Resolution 6338 carries. Thanks, George. Item number 11, consideration of appropriate action regarding Resolution 6333. You're up. That's right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and Mr. Hinojosa. My name's David Casso with... Oh, you're going to read it. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, please. Doesn't say who.
Yeah, my name's
State
David
your name.
Casso, Asset Manager in the Asset Management Department under Tim Alcott. I'm here to present this item. It's Rosemont at University Park. With this project has come to the board previously. It came back in July of 2022. The property was put for sale, and we found a buyer, Rotors, which we remained as a partner with Rotors back in July. There was a transaction that occurred back then that's been where we obtained an operating deficit loan. We were paid back that loan, and then there was a capital event distribution of approximately $3.5 million that we received back then as well. So we came back to the board a second time, later around September of last year, obtaining approval to submit bond application to the 2022 bond review board, and in January received that allocation. So now we're coming for the third time to get a final approval for the financing of and issuing of the bonds by Las Varas Public Facility Corporation. The new transaction will bring 8 new 30% AMI units to the property. We will share 20% of the developer fee. We will receive approximately our 50% of the cash flow. We will also receive approximately $350,000 in bond issuance fee. And we will receive the first right of refusal 15 years from the closing to purchase the property at that point as well. Where the property is an existing property, we've been the general partner since it was developed 15 years ago. It's being re-syndicated so that we can bring in new tax credits and new tax exempt bonds. There's an approximately $8.5 million contract, construction contract, to do a major rehab to the property as well at the same time. So we're coming to you for final approval that here at the operations, and it will come back on April the 3rd for final approval by the full board. Any questions?
At 60% seems awful high. And so I would ask you to leave the 8 units at 30%, but see if there's a way that we could afford at least making 60 or 70 units at 40 and 50%, and then decreasing the number of 60%. I just think that,
You know,
I know the South Side, and I will tell
same.
you.
64 years, ma'am, yes.
Yes, and what we find at many of these properties is there's also Section 8 voucher holders here, and I
Yes.
don't know if you have that
And
count.
We have, yes, sir, we have the count. Currently, there's 34 families living with Section 8 vouchers at the property, and they're constantly, it's a property where there's a lot of attraction for Section 8. It's there at the corner of Morrison and Road and IH-30, 410. So not that far down from Military Drive on Morrison and Pleasanton Road.
And
I
the
live
Section
there.
8 families typically are in the 30% range.
Yes, they pay 30% of their income at
And
that
so
point.
it's already increasing by doing this, we're increasing that amount.
Yes.
Already, okay.
But that's
Yeah, and-
only to 42. I mean, if you had 34 and 8, you're at 42.
Yeah.
And you've got 232 at 60, so why can't we negotiate here?
Yeah, what we're seeing is that there's a large demand
there's no
of families wanting to live with Section 8 voucher, but because of the present conditions, now that we haven't been able to do the major rehab, there's a problem with Section 8 taking passing the inspections and doing a second inspection. That's something that we're constantly working on. So as we remodel the property and rehab it, we feel confident that we will get many more Section 8 vouchers.
I think the other thing we can do, we have about 1,400 families that have vouchers in their hand that are looking for properties right now. We can see if there's a way this property can reach out to them, or we can let them know that there's units available at this property also. Because 1,400 families are still looking for housing, so.
If you could change in the overview so that it would show
Those units.
that we're open to Section 8 vouchers or something, so it doesn't seem right to me to have a property on the south side having 232, an overwhelming percent at 60%. It just doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah.
So if you can change the mix to show the understanding that we have. that
Yes,
the
I
south
will,
side-
we'll note the additional Section 8 vouchers are there as well.
And are all the units voucherable or just 37?
All the units.
All the units,
All the
because
units are voucherable.
it is a tax credit, so.
So they would be.
Yeah, if there was demand, all 232 units could go to Section 8 voucher holders.
Yeah, but we need to change that so it doesn't,
Like that. Yeah. Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions?
And so you'll be notifying those 1,000+
1,400.
voucher holders that there is a property out there that's available, or
I don't know
there's
the
no
actual-
units available?
I don't know the actual procedures, Brandy's much closer to that, but we'll figure out a way to make sure they're aware.
That many available.
Yeah, I did reach out to our Section 8 department because there is some property management companies that want to come and do a presentation or set up a table, but my understanding is that April 9th or early mid-April, there's going to be an event where we're going to invite property management firms to come and talk to our voucher holders.
Great, okay. Thanks, David. With no other questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion for 6333.
I move that we approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Resolution 6333 carries.
Thank you. So I'm up here for a second.
Well,
so
I
you-
can say, consideration of appropriate action regarding Resolution 6334. You back up, David.
Yes, good afternoon again. This property is Costa Mirada. We're looking at, we're requesting your approval to provide operating deficit loan. The property is a 15-year property. We're looking at doing a purchase sometime later this year. We have been the general partner since we developed it. It was a development with NRP Group. The units there are 100% at 60% AMI. It's a 4% tax credit. Currently, the property is leased around 83% and pre-leased at 91%. We have actually 83 vouchers there and an additional 13 Bexar County vouchers. So these are families that pay 30% of their income. It is located on the south side of town, off of South 35, IH-35, and Somerset Road, about 5 minutes from my place. They have been, NRP has been funding the property in some of the deficit. So we are, as general partners, are coming in and assisting in an operating deficit loan so that we can ensure that the property can continue to lease. And it was hit hard by some of the freeze that occurred. 12 units went down because of the freeze that occurred a few months back. We feel confident that as we're increasing operational funds, that we can bring that property back online. And I'm trying to think of it. We will be moving forward to do a study on a purchase of it this year. Currently, we have a broker's opinion value of about 16 to 19 million. We do have a current debt of approximately 11.2 million. And the closing, the buyout would take us paying exit taxes, pay out developer fee and outstanding deficit loans to both NRP and ourselves for a total combined amount of 13.4 million. We feel that our closing cost at that point, we can use move to work money and count the units that are there in the future. That would take probably about 2.2 million. It's one of our 15-year transactions that we're working on. So that's something that will come to the board at a later date. But currently, we want to keep it in operations. We did procure Terracon to do a physical needs assessment so that we have a good idea of what the needs are, capital improvements, before we actually go and purchase the property. We do, one key note that I wanted to share was that we do own 7 acres behind the Costa Mirada. It's something that Opportunity Homes purchased a few years back at a really good price. So we're considering maybe doing a second phase there at some point. So I'm requesting we're requesting approval for inserting an operating deficit loan of $750,000.
Who owns it currently?
Currently, it's probably Costa Mirada LTD. It's a limited partnership, and we are the general partner. And the special limited partner is NRP, and the investor limited partner would be Hunt Capital.
So the way these are structured, we own roughly 1% as the general partner, and the 99% is sold to get the tax credits into the transaction at the beginning of the transaction. As those tax credits get consumed, the tax credit investor that put that money in doesn't need the tax credits anymore at the end of the 15 years. So that's when we have the option to buy it from the investor.
And it isn't that he doesn't need it, it's just that it doesn't give us much money,
It-
right?
right.
Because of the money's gone
Right,
down. Okay.
right.
Okay, so this is a deal that we go into that allows us to use private partners to fund something, and they get the advantage of the tax credit.
Right.
And that gives them a good deal, and then we own it after the 15 years in pay.
Right, we are now realizing that 15-year benefit.
Yeah.
So this money that y'all are asking for, this is just to protect the asset.
Protect the asset.
And then in however much time.
Probably, yeah,
when
4 to
y'all-
6
when
months
we-
from now.
In 6 months, we want to acquire it. We've protected our asset. We'll get all the units then to do with whatever we want.
And-
Correct?
How do we protect the asset?
Well, just upkeep. That's what this loan
Yeah,
is for.
to keep it in operation, to make sure that it's being occupied and we have good tenants there.
And at the end of, in about 6 months, we'll take over the property and we could look at how it's structured. If we decide to pay off some debt, that'll make it a better cash flow for us and we can create more deeply affordable units.
Okay.
Reduce the AMI.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any questions?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on 6334.
6334.
Okay, we have a first, have a second?
Second.
A first and a second. All in favor for resolution 6334?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 13, update and discussion regarding the Beacon program overview. Melissa Garza, thank you.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm very excited to go over the Beacon Communities overview with you. I think that at the end of the presentation, we'll connect some of the dots for you in regards to some of the transition that occurs. So we'll start with introducing the team, if we can go to the next slide. So again, I'm Melissa Garza, the director. I have Gary McLaren, who's the assistant director of Beacon Communities, and Normila Cadrenas with me, the regulatory compliance manager. They're actually both in attendance.
Okay.
I forced them to come with me.
There you go.
They are so key to the success of Beacon, and so I wanted them to join me today so I can introduce them. Currently, we have about 96 employees within the department. We are growing as we transition more properties into our portfolio. We're growing with more positions, which is really exciting for us. If we can go to the next slide. So who are we? Beacon Communities is responsible for the professional management of Opportunity Homes Mixed Income Affordable Housing Portfolio. In this role, we provide comprehensive management services that include leasing, maintenance, compliance oversight, and financial management. So the next slide gives you a good idea of where our communities are located. Currently, we have 4,157 multifamily units within our portfolio. 33 communities we currently oversee. If you look at the map, all of the dots in blue are the Beacon-owned properties, and then we have 2 that are in yellow that are part of our partnership. So we manage those properties. We don't currently own them. There's a little side note that it is the Alhambra Apartments and the San Juan 1 Apartments. Okay. If you will please, you were provided 2 handouts today. If you can go to the handout that reads Beacon Development Information Report. This report actually gives you a breakdown of each of our developments. It includes the property name, the total unit count per development. It gives you an idea of the units by program, so the different affordable programs that we manage. It gives you an idea of how many offline units we have, and then the income mix. It was a lot of information to put on a slide, so we decided to give that to you in a handout. So if you have any questions on that, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Just out of curiosity, offline units are just units that are not in operation?
Correct. For several reasons, we've had a couple of fires. We've experienced a couple of fires at properties, so those units are down right now. Because we have a mixture of income, we also have market rent, so we have some of our units as model units that we can show. So those are the offline, what we consider offline, are down.
Cottage Creek, that was the one that recently occurred? Is that
Burning Tree was recent. It was last year. Before that, Cottage Creek was in 2021. It was actually on Super Bowl Sunday in 2021.
Oh, okay.
So the next slide is what makes Beacon unique. I really wanted to provide a case study, which is our recent transition from the asset management portfolio into Beacon. That transition occurred on May 25th of last year. San Juan 2 it's a layered affordable programs. It has 90 tax credit units. 48 units that are tax credit and layered with public housing, which comes with the MTW initiative attached to it. And then that property has 6 market units, which means we have to report to 4 different regulatory agencies, which include HUD, the IRS, TDHCA, and Bexar County. Amongst those 144 units, we have 30%, which is geared towards our extremely low income, 60% at very low, and then of course our 80% AMI, which is our low income families. So the type of services we provide are management, leasing, maintenance, and compliance. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Beacon Communities is comprised of properties within the Beacon portfolio and in partnership with asset management. So we directly own and manage 27 mixed income properties. As I mentioned in a previous slide, San Juan 2, or actually San Juan 1 and Alhambra are 2 of our mixed income properties that we only manage, we do not own at this point. The type of oversight that we provide is there are 4 mixed income properties that, although we own them, we do not manage them. They consist of Legacy at Science Park, Legacy at O'Connor and Refugio Place, which are currently being managed by Lincoln Properties. And then we have the Ravello, which is very recent to us. In fact, it closed on February 14th, and it's being managed currently by Avenue 5. Jason Gonzalez, who is our transition and portfolio manager, he's responsible for the oversight of these 4 properties. In addition to any time that we transition after the 15-year compliance period, he's responsible for ensuring it's a smooth transition, along with a lot of other team members and departments. So if you think about the presentation that David Gasso just completed with Costa Morada, he mentioned that when we buy the property, it would transition. He meant it would come to Beacon. And so Jason's responsible for ensuring that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted through that transition. So leasing, we provide several affordable housing options in San Antonio to reach the more vulnerable populations. We see up to 7 affordable programs, and they are listed there. The home program, tax credit, PBRA, public housing, affordable housing program, housing choice voucher program, and then the multi-family bond program. And so those 7 programs are found throughout our portfolio in different one of our properties. If you will look at the second handout, if you'll refer to that second handout entitled Beacon Communities Properties Overview, it gives you a little bit more information on our occupancy. As of fiscal year 2022 to 23, we averaged a 91% occupancy. It is outlined for you in Figure 1, which breaks it down by month. We did note that HUD's target for public housing properties is 97%, and then 90% for project-based rental programs, which is our PBRA. So we are right at that occupancy percentage. In addition, the San Antonio, or the City of San Antonio's occupancy target for home is at 90%, and we're just there as well. So if you have any additional questions on that, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Are there some strategies that you could use to move that up to 95 or 96%?
That's a great question. We are actually considering several strategies. Last month, I came to you for your approval with getting a full make-ready contract approved. And thank you, you did that at our last board meeting, which allows us to have a turnkey make-ready vendor. Right now, we are relying on different contracts and contractors to do our make-readies for us, and it's taking a lot of time. With this contract, we're hoping to roll it out within the next couple of weeks. We can actually assign one vendor to do a complete make-ready. Second initiative is we have a make-ready incentive program. which allows our staff to come in after business hours and on the weekends to complete make-readies. We've seen a lot of success with it, and we're hoping to get more participants. In addition, we will start mandating Saturday work for those properties who are under 95%. So we will be paying overtime to our hourly employees, and the focus will be occupancy and getting us to more towards a 95% occupancy rate across our portfolio.
Of this percentage, how many are actually unoccupied and ready versus they're just not able to be occupied because of make-ready or damage and we're renovating or whatever?
It depends on the property. We have a couple of properties, like at Cottage Creek, where they have applicants lined up ready to move in, and we just did not have the make-ready contract in place or the staff capacity to turn those units. Through this make-ready incentive program, we've already completed 4, and they moved in within days.
Okay.
There's other properties at Woodhill and some of our other larger ones where we do need to get these units made ready, and we're also going through the wait list, so it's taking a little bit longer. So part of that Saturday focus will be not just to turn make-ready units, but also to engage and market to get additional applicants interested in our properties.
The more that we incentivize staff to help us get ready and get those units ready, the better our numbers will look.
Absolutely.
The other thing we're doing, and this is really a fair housing issue, but I know Brandy and Ben have been talking with HUD about how we can market our Beacon portfolio to our voucher holders, those 1,400 families that are looking for homes. How do we go about marketing our units to them without interfering with fair housing issues, because those rules are pretty specific. So that's another strategy that's going on.
Now, why would that?
Yes, I'll let Brandy take this one. She specializes.
I know, it's always so frustrating, right, those regulations. So there is a lovely rule in the HUD regulations that say we cannot steer somebody to a community. So that's when y'all asked the question, I just smiled and I said, well, we're having a lease up there, and that's what David talked about. But the conversation's Ben and I are having with Fair Housing, I'm technically not steering them by providing our families who seek to go to our website to find affordable housing. It is our properties that we own, and they were fine with that. Okay. They just always want to be careful that I'm not, that we are not saying we're only targeting a certain population. We're saying we're giving everybody in our community that is seeking resources from us that we're going to be there. And it just so happens we own Beacon Community, so that's what we're doing. So we just want to make sure there's that rule, and that's what we're trying to do. But we're going to do some better strategies at how do we really market that. And so we had some discussions about that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions about occupancy? Okay.
Can people, because here you said affordable housing program, you have public housing, people that are considered public housing, can they live in Beacon communities?
Absolutely. It is, and I don't have the specifics about the wait list. It's through the UIC. And they manage. Brandy, I'll let you talk about that.
She knows what she's talking about. We have identified, so it's not across everyone. So on that paper that Melissa provided, we have Converse Ranch 1 and 2, and we have San Juan 1 and 2. Those have already have designated what you hear Ed and I talk about ACC. So it's not across the portfolio. They do have, they are part of the wait list, but many of them, we used to have like the incentive transfer, so that's what would get our families to those. So it's kind of like Refugio, what we talked about in the past. It's the same concept. So they have separate they used to have separate wait lists, so if they come up, but usually those are through the transfer process.
Okay.
So we're also looking at ways, as we deepen the affordability when we pay off debt, for example, how could we take some of our ACC that's unused? And the ACC is an annual contract we have with HUD for units, but as we went through over the last 20 years and reduced our portfolio, we still have the right to those units. So we have 1,700 public housing units that HUD will fund us if we can find a way to invest those units at our properties. So we're also looking at ways that we can take some of that allocation and put it in the Beacon portfolio, spread it around at various properties.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Ed. If you'll go to the next slide, please. So maintenance. Maintenance conducts periodic maintenance through work order requests and physical inspection. We are very proud that we have an in-house heating, ventilation, and air conditioning team, HVAC team. They are wonderful, especially when it comes to the summer months when we have a lot of calls for AC. They do a great job of getting to them quickly, and then it's a cost-saving measure. We also ensure compliance with HUD's Real Estate Assessment Center, REAC. Y'all are familiar with that with the public housing program. For PH and tax credits, in addition to our PBRA program, which issues the overall score based on the physical condition of the properties, buildings, common areas, and interior of units. If you refer to that second handout on the next page, it talks about our REAC scores. We broke them down by fiscal year. And on average, we started in fiscal year 15 at 82. There has been a decrease with fiscal year 2022. If you look at the last page of that handout, figure 4, it'll show that although we did have a reduction, it was based off of one property that scored below a passing REAC score. But the other ones are on target and they are meeting the expectation. So I'm open to answer any questions about that figure. Okay. So the next slide, please, is our compliance team. We do have an in-house compliance team that adheres to regulatory requirements in all programs. I am very pleased to let you know that we are expanding by one position. As we're bringing in these new properties, we feel like we need to have a stronger compliance presence with them, and allowing us that one additional person would get us where we need to be. Our compliance team is responsible for meeting lender requirements for 3 banks through the bond program. We report to 6 different regulatory agencies, HUD, IRS, FDIC, TDHCA, Bexar County, and the City of San Antonio. They're responsible for the coordination of contract renewals, so our PBA contracts that have to be renewed annually. They spearhead that process and implementation of any new requirements. And then they conduct annual file reviews to ensure compliance with all regulatory requirements. The next slide, please. As we move forward through the presentation, I want to break down the affordable programs that we oversee. The first one is the PH program, which is administered by HUD. There's 2 separate funding streams, which is operating subsidy for each development's cost to operate. And then there's the capital fund, which allows for development, financing, modernization, and management improvement. PH houses low-income families at Beacon Properties, and the calculation is total tenant payment for rent based on 30% of monthly adjusted income. Currently, Beacon has 350 units within its portfolio. Next slide. Okay, thank you. The PBRA program is also a HUD program. It's funded through private financing, private equity, and/or equity raised from the sale of LIHTC. PBRA is assistance for very and extremely low-income families, and it's attached to a specific property. So there's a contract on that property. TTP is the greatest of either 30% of monthly adjusted income, 10% of the family's monthly income, or a minimum rent of $25. Currently, Beacon has 557 PBRA units within its portfolio. The next program I want to review with you is the HOME program. It is administered by HUD. It is a federal block grant that HUD provides to the state and local governments to create affordable housing for low and very low income families by strengthening public-private partnerships. Home units are set at a low home, which is 50% of AMI or below, and a high home at 80% AMI and below. Currently, we only have 11 home units within our portfolio. The next program is our largest program, and it is our LIHTC program, otherwise known as tax credit. It is administered by the Internal Revenue Service. TDHCA is our monitoring agency. They receive and allocate credit through housing tax credits and direct private capital to develop and preserve affordable rental housing for low-income households. Currently, within the Beacon community, LIHTC rents are set at 30% AMI, 50 or 60% AMI and below. We have 1,273 tax credit units within our portfolio at this time. Bond program, it is administered by the IRS. Developers use the amount borrowed from investors to build affordable housing and agree to set asides at a certain percentage of units at low and very low income households. The mortgage payments on the loans are used to repay the investors, and rent for bond is calculated based on market rent unless another program rule applies. You see a lot of these bond units. Woodhill had a ton of, all of its units were bond before the mortgage was, or the loan was paid off. At Cottage Creek, we have the PBRA program there, market and bond, 100% of that property is bond. We have a few developments that are 100% bond, and so there is certain regulatory reporting requirements when you have this program there. Currently, there are 2,685 bond units. The next program and our last program is our AHP program. It's administered by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, known as the FDIC. The FDIC will sell a property at or below the property's net realizable market rate established by the FDIC. Purchasers must agree to make units available to low and very low income households at an affordable rent limit for a period of 50 years. FDIC sets its rent limits for AHP at 50% AMI and below and 80% AMI and below. And there's 150 units currently in Beacon. So the next slide discusses eligibility. The family's annual income must not exceed program income limits. So as you can imagine, when you have that many programs within one portfolio, it's very easy to be out of compliance. And so our compliance program and our team is critical to ensuring that we're following those regulation and rules. So when it comes to eligibility, HUD establishes income limits annually for all programs. Income limits are based on an average median income for the area. So for us, it's San Antonio and New Braunfels. That's the area that we are in. Successful pre-screening for criminal history, bad debt, citizenship status, residential history, employment history, and current income is important. On the right side of the slide, it shows what those income limits are. And how they're classified. So again, low income is 80% and below, and then it just breaks it down as such. Next slide, please. So what does that mean? We thought it was really important that you got to see a chart of the income limits in dollar amounts, because when we talk about AMI percentages, we would like to attach an income amount to it so you can see. Now, income is based off of, or household income is based off of people in the units, in the household. So somebody who is at a one-person household at 30% would be, they can't exceed the $17,400 a year. But if you look at a four-person household, that income limit is raised at $27,750. And so we were able to give you a breakdown up to an eight-person household and then up to the 80% income limit amount. And the final slide is income eligibility. It breaks it down by each program. So each program has its own income limit, and it also has its own AMI. So it just gives you an example of when our staff members are processing eligibility files, they need to ensure that they understand the program and what income limit is tied to it. That was my last slide, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
No? Okay. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Melissa. Appreciate it. Update and discussion regarding Wi-Fi expansion project. Joanna Alvarado.
It's a strange.
Good afternoon. How are y'all doing? So I'm just here for some good news, just lots and lots of good news. So I'm here to update you on our Wi-Fi expansion project. If you recall, we approved a budget. If you go to the next slide. Am I driving or you, Devlin? Can you drive for me? Go ahead. Yeah, okay, so here's the budgets. We're going to start with the money because you guys know that in July 2020, at the heart of the pandemic, you approved $4 million for us to start this journey, right, to go and put Wi-Fi at all of our properties in both the public housing and Beacon portfolio. I'm happy to say that we are going to come under budget when we complete this. I do anticipate that the entire project will be done by June of this year, 2023. We're actually doing really, really well. I think it's going to be done before then. But what you see before you is a budget as of February of 2023, and it shows also an average monthly bandwidth costs that we have been invoiced so far. A lot of the invoices have not come in because we're still, getting a lot of we're still getting them in. And as we get them in, of course, we're going to be applying them to that budget. As Diana went over earlier, she showed you a lot of the Wi-Fi expansion budget for the future. But we're doing really well, and I think we're definitely going to be within our budget. Next slide. So just a reminder of the topology and the design that we went into with this. I want to remind you also that these photos that you see are actual photos. They're not images we got from the internet. Throughout my presentation, they are photos of the teams and the crews that were out there. That I believe is Manny on the ladder, putting in a lot of our Wi-Fi devices and our solar panels. But we started with a certain design, right, that we got from our RFP and submission, and we continue to install our fiber backbone throughout using Dojo Networks and Astound, which was formerly known as Grande. And in some of our smaller properties, we used copper, but we continue to put in 1 gig to up to 2 gig of our backbone. That we did not change from that. And then we, of course, kept our security. It is a public Wi-Fi. It does have content filtering for undesirable sites, and it does not have a password on it right now. Anyone can get onto it within the property, and you can access it from within the home and from any mobile device. So that did not change as we move forward with the project. So our road to digital equity continues with this project. The challenges that we face, I wanted to talk about because if I could stand here all day with some great stories, and so could our crew back there. But the biggest ones that we face are listed here, and electrical was probably one of the biggest ones, and of course the bandwidth. Dojo Networks and Astound really came through for us in putting fiber where we did not have it at a lot of our locations. So they did some trenching, they were able to put it along, sometimes 20 to 30 poles just to bring it into our demarc, and they faced a lot of challenges along the way. The winter storm also impacted us big time when it came to CPS and the delays, because obviously they had a lot of other priorities, but they continued to try to work with us throughout, but those were huge delays for us, especially with permits and getting all the meters in. We also had some vandalism that happened throughout the process where we were actually in some properties, in specific maybe Lincoln Heights that I can remember off the top of my head, where they were actually turning the power off every night, and the Wi-Fi would then of course turn off. So I want to mention our maintenance staff for public housing and Beacon properties. Every single one of them stepped up when they needed to. At certain times, they had to build cages so that we could secure with locks, we could secure those lights and that electricity so that we could continue to provide that Wi-Fi. That was just some of the challenges that we faced. And then there was, of course, design challenges. There is no way that we could have anticipated the challenges that we faced when when our vendors and our partners submitted their original designs. But the challenge was always that we were going to saturate the signal. We were going to make sure the signal reached every corner of the property, no matter how vast the property was or how high it was. We made sure when we went into testing to make sure that we could reach them at every area and expand this Wi-Fi. And they did a fantastic job. Sometimes they had to go back and really look at the design and see, you know, do we have the right equipment? Are we going to be able to get to where we were? Maybe we have to make some changes, and we did. We had to make a lot of changes, and they worked with us along the way. They didn't nickel and dime us either, especially via Technologies and Lakeway Security, who's here today. They really believe in our mission. They were excellent partners throughout and really helping us throughout with these challenges. Going next
Joanne,
slide.
real quick.
Yes.
Last pic there. Those poles there that you have, like in the family properties, are you finding problem with people demolishing them or vandalizing them or?
There's only been a couple incidents. That's a great picture of our solar, one of our solar poles we have at Casiano. That was part of our Mozilla challenge, right? That we won in 2017. We're finally able to put the 42 poles up for our solar mesh technology because that was an electrical challenge. We did not have electricity that we could really build a Wi-Fi like this. So this is where we presented that prototype, and we were able to really see that all the way through, which was very, very exciting for us to put in. But no, for the solar mesh, they are pretty high, and we don't really see a lot of vandalism there. It's when they can probably get to it, like some of the meters and stuff like that, they will do it. But I'll also tell you that there's a lot of stories around when the crew was out there. As you can see, they had their vests, so they knew there was work going on. The residents are always out. They're always coming out and asking questions, and they want to know, what are we doing? What are we doing? Of course, we told them it was going to be Wi-Fi, and they were so excited, and they were always wondering, when is it going to be connected? When is it going to be connected? And I will tell you, as we started lighting them up, right, and announcing it and letting them know, we actually didn't even have to communicate it or announce it because they found it. It was on there. We named it where it's easy for them to connect to it, and we immediately saw, 40, 50, 60 connections that would come get connected on each property. And it was mobile phones, mobile devices, and they were going to different places and, different places on the internet that you could see through some of our analytics that we get back. So because they knew it was a Wi-Fi and they knew it was their benefit and it was like a cool thing, there wasn't that much, of the vandalism. We just had to work through some of the ones that we did. Yeah.
It's good to know. Thanks.
And the solar challenges, I'll say that, there's going to be challenges the first time we've done it. And I'll tell you, this probably we're one of the only housing authorities that is marrying solar and Wi-Fi mesh technology and really putting up Wi-Fi equipment against that solar. That one is probably the only one that's not 24/7, but it does come up, for the majority of the day and the evening, which is what we need, right? And so we're always working with our partners, looking at ways that we can continue to improve that. And that's part of our ongoing sustainability that I'll talk about in a moment.
Thank you.
Absolutely. This is a map of where we are today with the 66 properties connected so far. We will end up with 74 when we're finally done with all of this. Next slide. I wanted to show the timeline and the scope of this project and how big it was. These were all the properties. And as you can see at the very top, you'll see that we start our graph with 2021, but actually in 2020 is when we were doing the big three, if you recall. We were doing Lincoln Heights, Casiano Homes, and Alazan. They also pose challenges. I don't know if I put it on the slide, but they are brick, rebar, and we all know that because we continue to face those challenges along the way. Cinder block, and we're trying to put Wi-Fi technology, this century technology into buildings that were built in 1937 and 1940, and so those were a whole other type of challenge that we face as well. But we found ways around it. But I will tell you, on the Alazan Blue roofs, we're having to redesign that just a little bit and get kind of higher. So we're going to Legacy at Alazan to see if we can get on the top of that building and then shoot it across. This will help us. But the CPS was a huge challenge at these older properties because some of the meters were not there anymore. We had to repaint them. We had to re-identify them. CPS put a lot of requirements on us that we did not anticipate, but we still were able to get Lincoln Heights and Casiano up 100% and half of Alazan during that 2020 time period. Then in 2021 and 2022 is when we really hit our stride. You can go to the next slide. You can see more of the work that was done between that time period. The majority of them were done by December of 2022. Next slide. This is the Beacon timeline. As you know, we're doing the Beacon portfolio as well. That went really well. We were able to really get it started. It's phase 2 of the project, and we're able to complete the majority of them in 2022. You can see at the very bottom, Cottage Creek. Cottage Creek is actually part of phase 3. And we completed it in January of 2023. It is a huge property. It was a huge challenge for Lakeway Security, but they really stepped up to the mark, and they really were able to find ways for us to reach those properties. I personally would go out and walk in some of the properties, and this one in particular, I would go to the ends of the property, and we would test it, and I would come back and tell them, yeah, we're gonna need to really expand more. We're not getting the signal we need out there. And they stepped up, and they really went back, scratched their head a little bit, that they went back to their team, and they came back with an excellent design that we were able to saturate that signal at Cottage Creek. Next slide. So these are the lone properties that are left, and I'm happy to report that since this presentation, we're going to actually do the final testing on Cheryl West, Veramendi, and Victoria. Victoria, the Wi-Fi will be up. Floors 2 through 9 are ready to go and ready to be tested. So I do anticipate those 3 will be done by next Friday. So that is very exciting. The only thing we have left at Victoria Plaza is the bottom floor, and we're just waiting for equipment to come in because we were waiting, obviously, for construction. But when those residents come home, they will have their Wi-Fi up and running, which is very exciting. And then you see the remainder of phase 3. I'm happy also to announce that since the writing of this presentation, Woodhill is up and running and all lit up, and the residents have connected to it right away. I just got a great graphic from our partner showing all of these people that immediately joined that Wi-Fi, so it is up and running at Woodhill. Then the last one will be Costa. And then we have these 7 that are on the side. We're calling them the final 7 sites. They're the smaller ones. We're doing them internally just to save money. But I do think that all these are going to be done within probably by May, and this project will be done. Next slide. This is just showing the resident quality that we went for and the total residents served. We wanted to have the best user experience and connectivity that we could. So we set our benchmark at like 90%, and we would go over 91, 92, 93, that when they were connected, they would have that user experience and deliver it. And I will tell you that a lot of the speeds that we're seeing are maybe we were going for 60 and over, and in some places we have 100, 120, and it all depends on where they are and how many trees are around. We did, again, the maintenance staff helped us out a lot where we had to trim some trees, and then sometimes, like over there, I believe at Lincoln, or was it Casiano, one of those where the city owns the trees, right? And their department said no, they wouldn't trim them for us, so that's where we had to go around. That was an instance where we had to go around it and find another way that we could shoot our signal because the trees were too high. At Woodhill, that was also a challenge because obviously it's Woodhill, so it has a lot of trees around there. So you'll see speeds increase in different areas. But when we go out and test them, we're testing YouTube videos, we're testing websites, educational sites, medical sites, FaceTiming, things like that, and we're able to deliver that type of service with this Wi-Fi. Next slide. This is the total access points that we put in so far. There's only going to change a little bit with the remaining sites. It's over 1,000 access points that we put in throughout the entire project. Next slide. Now we talk about the future, right? So this project's going to end. Does it end? Are we done? No, we're not. Yeah. We have to continue to sustain it, right? how are we going to sustain it? What is in the budget? And we've had those conversations, and mostly it's a bandwidth. You know, the operating budget's going to have to support that at about $500,000 for these properties to maintain that backbone, right? And we did do 1 gig and 2 gig, so that has already been incorporated into the budget. But there are also the maintenance costs and the support and the licenses that we need, because we did do a cloud managed solution. We did the latest technology with Wi-Fi 6, and so a lot of that comes with maintenance and support and licensing that we normally didn't have with the older technology. So those costs will also have to be incorporated to sustain this. And of course, the Wi-Fi support position that we have today and any other vendor support that we may have going forward will be part of that sustainability of this system. Next slide. Also, if we're going to talk about the future, we have to talk about digital equity, right? We're all about digital equity. This is our road to digital inclusion. We have really, really accomplished a lot in 2 years. I recently went to Washington, D.C. and presented this, and, you know, among other housing authorities, my colleagues, you know, and they were just blown away with what we've done in 2 years. You know, we're talking about the 2 and 3 properties they did, and when I told them 74, they were like, no, come on, you're exaggerating. I'm like, no, I'm not. And I'm almost done. I'm going to be done in June. And it's just been overwhelming, great feedback that we've been doing. I also did a presentation for the National Digital Inclusion Alliance recently. We took a bus tour. I took them to Casiano Homes so they could see the solar mesh. I asked them to connect to it, and, you know, I was sweating it just a little bit, but I didn't have to because it connected. And I shared that with our partner that worked on Casiano Homes, Manny Villa back there, and he's like, oh, that was gutsy, because you don't, you know, with the sun and the weather and how it's been going, you don't know. But I did go before, and I was testing it, so I felt confident. And sure enough, it went to different parts of Casiano Homes, and we were able to connect, and the solar was working great. But to bring more equity is to bring more education. CDI continues to work with residents, because the ultimate goal is dedicated internet. So we can't stop here. There's always going to be people that are going to need this public Wi-Fi, no doubt. But the goal is to continue to get more and more of our residents into dedicated internet for their home and their family. And they're working on programs and doing outreach, and so we're going to continue on that journey. But also part of that is our resident technical support. What does that look like in the future? We're doing digital literacy courses left and right, the best that we can to reach as many people as we can. But if we can offer tech support with partners that volunteer and things like that, that would really, really help out a lot of our residents to be able to connect and to be able to understand how this is really a great value for them. And I feel like if we consider that for all of the different types of residents we have, and we consider language, the hearing impaired, sight impaired, and physically challenged, then that's really going to bring more equity to our residents in the future. Next slide. These are our partners, and I want to recognize them now. They're here. If y'all could take a stand up. Manny Villa with Villa Technology. And we have Christopher Thomas with Lakeway Security, and David. We really appreciate your time. I don't know if I have Joe Goro. I think he's going to try to, from Dojo Networks, going to try to join us through Zoom. But they have been absolutely amazing in working with us, and we have had a great time, and they've really been passionate about it. I cannot thank them enough for all the work they did in their crews out there. Rain, snow, shine. I mean, you guys were out there, and we just really, and running multiple crews and keeping your staff healthy and always keeping me up to date and working with me. So really, really appreciate all the work that they've done. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Next slide. And Charlie, I had to put a slide up here, Charles Anderson. He's no longer with us, unfortunately. He just left a couple weeks ago. I don't know if this project wore him out. He said it didn't, but, you know. He was everywhere. He's on a roof right there, and I just wanted to give a quick thank you. He's not here, but a quick thank you to him. He is the Wi-Fi technical support analyst that we hired, and he took on this project, and he worked with the teams, and he was steadfast in making sure that our quality was where we wanted it, and that we got the connectivity that we wanted. So I just want to take a quick thank you. And again, one more time, our maintenance staff, I mean, they were just fantastic. If I had a picture of like all of them, I would put it here, but I don't know if one exists, but we can need to work on that, Brandy. But they were just so great, and meeting our vendors, opening closets, building cages, bringing down trees, helping. I think a couple times they helped dig. I mean, we hit some lines we shouldn't have, and they called the plumbers, and oh my God. So they were just so good, always there. Community managers as well in all these properties, Beacon as well as public housing. We could not have done it without them being our point person, because Charlie couldn't be everywhere, and so that was always very, very helpful. And just as a personal note for me, professionally, I want to thank Ed Hinojosa. He's the one that hired me, and he's also the one that walked into my office with our then CEO, Lourdes Caso Ramirez, and said, yeah, we're going to need to put free Wi-Fi in 10 of our community rooms. You have no budget. Let's see what we can do. And it started with 10, and then before I knew it was 30, then it was 50, and here we are, 74 properties up and running. It is probably the greatest accomplishment of my career so far, and I've had many, but I am so happy and proud to be part of this project and bringing digital equity to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for me?
Yes.
Go ahead. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Commissioner Casillas.
First of all, I want to commend you for the milestone you've completed on all these properties. If people up in DC are saying, no, you didn't do it, you did, it's a great milestone, and thank you for doing that. But I went through the list of all the properties that are being done, and I would have spoke up about a couple of them, but they're on that list. I noticed WC White is not on there.
They already have Wi-Fi.
Okay, but it's not truly working. Not everybody on all the floors has access. That's a complaint that I hear from residents. Parts of the floors have it, other parts of the floors do.
Yeah.
So it's sketchy. I don't know if there's enough routers on the floor, or if it's just
it
one
could be they went out. We put that in a
centralized
long time ago. We also had a recent power issue out there, and it may be that we have to go back out there. I mean, it could be
So
something
maybe
very
if y'all
simple.
could check on that,
Absolutely.
because even I understand that there was the CDI office used to be on the third floor instead of downstairs, but they had to move out of there because they didn't have access to internet or Wi-Fi on that end of the building either. So it affected, work there also with the employees. So if you could check on that, please, because that's one complaint because I'll be like, well, I have it where I'm at.
Yes.
They're like, yeah, well, but I don't, and
Right. Well, we don't want that. We want 100%,
So-
and the more we know, the more we can fix.
I thought maybe it wasn't on there because y'all had worked on it before, but.
We did. It's been up a long time, so I
Okay,
thought.
so there are issues there, so if you
Okay.
could check
Not a
on
problem.
those, please.
Not a problem. We will take care of that.
Thank you.
They will be there tomorrow. Anything else?
Well, I think that this is worth a newspaper article, at least. We should get Michael to contact the new. I mean, we need to put this in the newspaper of what we did, and then also San Antonio College has a film school, and I think it would make a beautiful short film about the importance of the internet, the importance of the Wi-Fi, and how San Antonio is committed to equity in our housing, because nobody else has done it. And so I think that exploring, and I can help you with that with San Antonio College, for film, to do a film for us, or even the city might be able to do something like that with their technology department in the newspaper, because what I found is it doesn't matter how great you do something, and I think we really have done a great thing here. but we need to advertise it. We need to let the community know. We need to let others know. And I think in doing that, we might be able to, one, get some funding that might become permanent for an upkeep of something like this through the city. I think that would be a possibility. And the other one is that we could also go for some funding so that we get more computers in the housing. Because there's still lots of our kids that do not have a computer. You know, there's tons of our kids that don't have a computer, and the problem is that education is moving towards the computer utilization at home. And the assumption is that they will have a computer. Some school districts that have money, like Northeast ISD, have computers available for the kids, and some of our school districts do not. And so it would seem to me that that would be something that we should look at next, is how do we work with our residents to ensure that they have the computers available for their children that they need to do well in school. And so I'd be happy to help you in that matter as we did in these others.
Great. That's wonderful. I think that's a great idea. And I agree with you. We should be shouting this to the mountains and everywhere beyond. So I totally agree with you. And I'm sure that, Michael will take care of that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And also thanks from us to your IT partners that have helped
Thank you.
Get this accomplished. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Joanne.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
All righty, item 15, resident concerns.
Is that in private, I think?
Okay, I have a couple of items. La Chalet Apartments, there's an issue with trash receptacles there. The other day I was driving off to work and I noticed one of the maintenance men with a pickup truck full of trash bags. And I asked him, I said, were you picking up grounds? And he said, no, they came from La Chalet, that they don't have enough, that there's always an overflow of trash on the property, and he has to pick it up and bring it over to WC White and put it in the dumpsters there. So if that's being an issue, I think we need to look at the trash receptacles there and make sure that they have enough trash receptacles to be able to handle the trash that's there at that property. Because I know we've had people come in here and report to us about trash piling up outside and overfull dumpsters and stuff, and so I think we need to be a little more responsible in making sure that people can dispose of their trash properly.
I can attest as well to what he's saying on the property. I did see some city trash cans, but I don't know if that's a property thing.
No, it's not, they're not city. They're from the trash company. They're like,
right, the brown
they're
ones?
trash receptacles.
The brown
yeah.
ones? I've only seen one, but
okay.
I don't know if that's
because like we have 2 dumpsters and then we have 3 they're recycle.
Well, I've never seen it to recently, but I think it was more for trash. It didn't indicate recycling.
So it's waste management that we have at most, but it depends on the size of the property, how many dumpster pads we had that could fit. What we are challenged with right now, we're always looking at how often, but we are dealing with a lot of the illegal dumping that happens that takes away from our residents. Mm-hmm. I will tell you that we've had situations where our staff is actually approaching and in some cases have been threatened where we've had to call either SAPD or bring our safe officer. And so we're trying to work with it. It is a concern, and actually so much of a concern that as we are talking about new developments, part of it is having our property staff there and on placements because of the illegal dumping is happening a lot. La Chalet it really is a very, very tiny property, but it's really close to a street. So we're also seeing, can we place our dumpsters in other places? Because that's what we're hearing from from not just our staff, but our residents. So there's a combination we're doing. And also looking at to see if we could add additional pickup. We can't, in some cases, we cannot add more dumpsters because there's not space.
Right.
But if we could do additional pickup. But most of it, what we're challenged with is the illegal dumping.
Now, I know La Chalet doesn't have dumpsters because it's hard for the trucks to get
That's
in
right.
there.
So there are
They
some-
have trash cans.
That's exactly right.
So they may need a few additional of the trash cans to be able,
Yeah.
but he really had a truck full
Yeah,
piled
and a lot
with
of
trash
what that
bags
is,
and-
Commissioner, it is sometimes timing, obviously over long weekends, that tends to be, but I will tell you probably about 95% is the illegal dumping that we're trying to address. And so we're trying to, it's just, you have to catch the individual in the act, and that, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that up.
I appreciate that.
Because I know that people have come here also talking about,
And Joel has, like,
So
real
I just talked to the team. They said we recently upped the number of cans over there, but we're going to look at seeing if we can get the frequency of trash picked up increase. That way, there's more space for trash to be collected.
Also, what's occupying the dumpsters as well is what I'm seeing is things like mattresses, furnitures, and things like that. I'm not sure of the process to get rid of those items, but I see that it's more than normal trash as well.
So we do have a service for bulk, but most of the time, a lot of that happens, it's not really our staff, because if our staff has to go in what we call do the trash out of units, we have in some facilities, which they'll transfer, right? We don't have it at some of our smaller ones. They have to go to a bigger one, so we do that, but we still have to coordinate. Waste Management has some properties where we have the large roll-offs, and others we have another procurement, another contract to bring them in, but we just have to call them once we get it. So it is, our goal for our team is when we see it, grab it and try to transport it somewhere else so it does not end up in somebody else's unit, because oftentimes if it's by a dumpster, it's probably there for a reason.
right.
Also, I noticed, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Also, I noticed that from the Make Ready, the materials are going there as well, so that's another factor.
So we will make sure we talk to, if it's our Make Ready incentive team, but if not, we'll also talk to our vendors and remind them they are to dispose of the trash, not in our dumpsters. So thank you for that, because we will make sure if it's our vendors, they know that they need to be transporting that somewhere else. So thank you.
I have a couple more items. One could be kind of petty, but the CDI calendars for the residents on the property. We used to have, they used to have the big calendars, like the desk calendar, the big ones, or a whiteboard calendar. Now I've noticed that it's gone to a little calendar that they type all the stuff in. For seniors, sometimes that's hard for them to read what the events are and everything. And I was told that whoever's running that department has said that that's what they have to do. I don't want to get into operations, but I think that's kind of, some people have trouble reading. They were told that they have to get a calendar and type the information in it.
So as far as I know, the person who's in charge of the department has never dictated how calendars go out. I've never told anybody. So this may be a property to property. It could be, there's several levels of supervision. But what we are looking at doing is compiling all resident events, public housing and CDI alike, and having them in a central location on our website so everybody has access to it. So if you're talking about the calendar that's on site, is this specifically a WC?
This is WC, but also I was told that, because I asked the person that runs the CDI there. And I said, why, such small calendars now when you used to write it big on a bigger calendar? She says, well, we were directed that we can't do it. And she gave me a female's name, but I can't remember.
It's probably Samantha.
Samantha, yes.
Yeah. So she's over our EDS program.
Or EDS, okay, not CDI.
Yeah. For a lot of our frontline staff, their immediate supervisor is the boss of everything.
Right.
So let me see what's going on there, and we'll figure it out.
But I'm just, a lot of seniors can't read that little type,
No, I'm with you.
And so, this little calendar on this big bulletin board, it could be a little petty, but I just want to make sure that our seniors can get the information for the little events and the bingos and stuff like that.
Yeah, it could have been an oversight. We'll get it fixed.
Okay.
And also I think standardizing the way that we communicate information is really important, because then, you know, we're getting new residents all of the time.
Right.
And so I think that getting together and standardizing the way that we communicate to residents is really important. And understanding that most of our residents do not have a computer and may not have a telephone that has the ability to pick up the Wi-Fi.
Right.
Or they don't know how to
so-
navigate a website.
Exactly, and they don't navigate a website. So we have to be really non-technical, in my estimation, with our residents in communicating to them and having a place in all of the residences where they can go and get the information, and they know that it'll be there and it'll be current.
Yeah, and that's something we can add to the resident newsletter, is the calendar of events, maybe for that month.
Absolutely.
And that's a way that we can consolidate all the information.
Yep.
Because what we're finding is, you know, whether it be public affairs, CDI, public housing, security has their own events with residents, is that when you have all of these decentralized departments trying to get all of that information, a lot of times the easiest way for us is, well, let's just put it on our website for everybody. But we know that doesn't get out to everybody. And so it's always a challenge, the central communication versus the decentral at the property.
That's right.
And so we'll make it consistent.
Yeah, communication is usually the toughest challenge that you can accomplish.
Right. And then, in some of our communities, English is a second language, not just Spanish, but also other languages.
Now we're getting
so
all
all of that
kinds of
stuff,
languages,
yeah. So
That's right.
we're getting there, and we'll fix it. Thank you for bringing that to our
Thank
attention.
you. I have a couple more issues, but I'll have a sidebar with Brandy on those. I don't need to bring them up here.
Okay. No other resident concerns, just units under development and procurement. Are you going to read us in a closed session?
Yes, I certainly will. The Board of Commissioners will now go into closed session to deliberate the appointment, employment evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee and obtain legal advice regarding legal issues pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personnel, and Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, for discussion with attorney regarding resident complaint, and to deliberate the management, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of certain real properties and obtain legal advice regarding related legal issues pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, real property, and Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, for discussion with attorney regarding MTW contractual requirements under substantially the same requirements. The time now is 4:36 p.m.
Yes.
Valerie, I will be adding you to a breakout room, and they'll move you into the conference room.
Thank you.
No. We'll come back to say we're done.
Recording stopped.
Randy.
No, only one of them is in spring break. He's a teacher. We're gonna go to Galveston. Oh, are you? Tomorrow. Badge? You taking it with you? No, I'm gonna give it to you. Okay. Diane, keep with your badge. download a patch.
Days.
You hear that? It's on.
But 2 nights, my computer tried to download, my phone tried to download that new. Oh, sorry.
Right.
And now, when I got that notice, I was like, whoops, apparently I needed to do it yesterday.
Well, I did mine today when that notice came out, and my phone was done in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. My phone was done in 5 minutes, but my work was an hour, and it's still not.
You can't do your Tahoe phone.
That was my Tahoe phone.
Well, how do you, I'm sure, what kind of secret code do you have to get into? Yeah.
They had to work with me.
And look, it's not even telling me there's.
I go to general software, and then.
Is it that we're-
That's all I had to do for that. So who's responsible for any glitches we have with that update we're supposed to put on our this update is doing to me? It said to update, and I did.
Muriel's a rules gal, she's following the rules.
I did. I updated.
She's following the rules.
And I saw Aldo earlier. He was at Marissa's desk, and I said, Marissa, if you do the update to your laptop, it's gonna take at least an hour. So be prepared.
Oh, yes.
And then I'm still having issues after that. So
it's almost like you push.
I want to see what your boss has to say about this right here. I want her to see this and say, and I want her to tell me. Not very complicated, that's it. No, I don't think so. Well, they said, go to closed session, let's do it now.
I'm done.
I think you're done.
It's parking. I always have from here, I didn't have time. I always have from here, it's just.
Excuse me, Miss IT lady.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to
Did your
show.
update finish?
Oh, yes, it sure did. Let me show you.
Oh,
Let me
no,
show you.
it sure did.
Yeah, this is what it did. I have to agree to the terms and conditions.
What?
To the update and using the cloud.
did it do the update?
It did the update, but this is, I have to agree to the conditions. That's the reason why you kept seeing me doing all the little pink, hearing me doing all the little pink, because I had this on mute. But whatever this update is, it didn't. So, see, this is what happened, because it gave me that little thing to agree to the terms and conditions, right? So, and this is how I make sure, this is the sound, sound set.
Oh, yeah.
So that, but that's not you. Why?
I don't really know. I don't know what the difference is between that and that.
There's never been a difference before. Anytime
Maybe the update did that.
That's what I'm saying.
Recording in progress.
The Opportunity Homes San Antonio Operations and Real Estate Committee is adjourned. The time is 5:30 p.m.